Good evening, dear listener. I'm grateful you've chosen to spend a quiet hour with me tonight. If you found your way here because sleep has been hard to catch, or because the heart sometimes feels a little too full in the silence of the night, know that you are welcome and safe. Tonight, we will wander far back in time, across deserts and along a river that carried the hopes of one of the world's earliest civilizations. We'll step into ancient Egypt, not through the loud halls of pharaohs and battles, but by the reed mats and doorways of ordinary homes, to see what love and marriage meant to those who lived so many centuries ago. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, you might consider pressing that little button to like or to subscribe so that more stories can reach you when you need them. And if you feel like sharing, I'd love to know where you're listening from, perhaps beside a glowing hearth, or under a soft quilt, or with the night breeze drifting through your open window. So, dim the lights if you haven't already. Let the sound of a fan hum, or imagine the warmth of an old stove. Take a slow, steady breath, and let your body grow heavy against the bed or chair that holds you. We'll begin our walk together into the dawn of another world, and with that, we arrive at our first step. Every heart, ancient or modern, begins with a quiet longing. The first rays of dawn slip gently over the horizon of the Nile, painting the mud brick houses in pale gold. A villager stirs on a reed mat, the woven fibers crackling faintly beneath his shifting weight. The air still clings to the night's coolness, though already the promise of heat presses near, waiting patiently, certain of its return. He sits up slowly, joints aching not from age but from the constancy of labor. For a moment, he lingers, listening to the faint chorus of the river. Birds calling, water whispering, life beginning again. Beneath all this ordinary rhythm lies a quiet desire. It is not the hunger for bread or the need for shade, though those are real enough. It is something softer, harder to name. The yearning for companionship, for warmth of another voice in the silence. In a world where every day is measured by labor and survival, even the simplest longing for closeness feels like an indulgence of the soul. The house is bare, its walls plain and cool to the touch. A clay jar waits in the corner, half filled with yesterday's water, the surface reflecting the dim light like a dull mirror. He glances at it, then away, as if the jar holds a secret he would rather not name. The knowledge that another pair of hands could have fetched it, another voice might have laughed beside him at the well. Through the window's narrow opening, the horizon widens. Palms stretch their fronds skyward, shadows stretching long and thin. The smell of damp earth rises, mingled with the faint sweetness of smoke from a neighbor's cooking fire. Each scent tells a story of bread to be kneaded, of reeds to be cut, of endless tasks that will unfold in the heat. And yet, in his chest, a story untold stirs, asking only for someone to hear it. He steps outside. The earth is cool beneath his feet, dust damp with dew. In the stillness, he hears not only the murmur of donkeys and the shuffle of neighbors, but the silence that fills the spaces between. Silence that makes him notice his own solitude, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Perhaps you know the feeling, that strange awareness in the early morning when the world is half awake, and you sense both the weight of yesterday and the faint hope of tomorrow. The Egyptians knew it too. Their world, though distant, was marked by the same heartbeats we carry. A neighbor passes, nodding politely. Words are few at this hour. The man watches her walk away, basket balanced easily on her hip. For a moment, he imagines a life where the basket is set down in his home, where laughter echoes inside these plain walls. He shakes the thought away, returns to his tasks, yet the picture lingers, like the afterglow of a dream. The Nile waits beyond the village, its current steady, eternal. He knows it will carry boats, fish, silt, and hope. He also knows it carries stories of marriages arranged, of lovers whispered about, of women who left one home to step into another. Each ripple on the water feels like a reminder that life, in all its practical demands, still makes room for longing. In the quiet, he places his hand on the doorway, rough mud brick cool against his palm. He does not step inside again. Instead, he stands as if waiting for something, a voice, a figure, perhaps even a promise. The sun climbs higher, light pouring more boldly now, and still he waits, not for bread or labor, but for the possibility of being seen. In quiet corners, longing stirs beneath routine duty. The sun climbs a little higher over the narrow streets, soft light spilling across clay walls, catching the edges of woven baskets and jars left out overnight. The village has fully awakened now, though not with the clamor of modern engines or the sharp whistle of alarms. Instead, the day unfolds through hushed motions, the thump of dough kneaded on wooden boards, the creak of reed mats rolled and stored away, the murmur of voices carrying easily in the dry air. In the doorway of one modest home, a young woman lingers. She has tied her linen dress with a simple cord, her hair freshly oiled and combed back neatly, but her eyes stray past the daily tasks. She watches the street as if something more than neighbors and dust might appear there. Perhaps she listens for a footfall not yet heard, or waits for a voice that would call her name with more than ordinary greeting. Her hands rest against the frame of the door, idle in a way that betrays her thoughts. Behind her, her mother urges her toward the ovens, reminding her of the bread that needs shaping before the heat of day grows oppressive. With a sigh too small to be noticed, the girl turns back inside, yet her gaze returns again and again to that doorway, as if the air itself holds possibility. This is the quiet desire that ancient lives carried, invisible to outsiders, but as real as any monument left behind. When historians write of Egypt, they speak of pyramids, of dynasties, of wars etched in stone. Yet in corners like this, desire stirred softly, a girl wondering who she might share her days with, a young man hoping his glance might linger long enough to be returned. It is in these hushed wishes that the true pulse of a civilization lies. The air smells of earth and smoke. Flat loaves are pressed against the walls of the communal ovens, their edges browning quickly in the fierce heat. Women chat, laughter spilling out as they trade small gossip. Who has a new calf? Whose son has been offered work in a workshop? Which neighbor is unwell? The girl listens, smiles politely, but the words pass through her. Her thoughts drift elsewhere. She remembers the last festival, when lanterns lined the path to the small temple of Hathor. Music had swelled, drums steady, flutes high and clear. She had danced, though shyly, and once she had looked up to find a boy watching her. Their eyes met, only for a moment, but in that instant she had felt both exposed and seen. Nothing had come of it. He had not spoken, she had not lingered, yet the memory returns now, in the quiet of the oven's glow. Her hands press dough almost unconsciously. She works with practiced ease, shaping loaves, sprinkling them lightly with seeds. Yet inside, something shifts. She is not unlike the loaves themselves, shaped by custom, prepared for the heat of daily life. And still, she hopes for more flavor, more sweetness than the recipe of her days prescribes. Across the courtyard, another household stirs. A young man splashes water onto his face from a clay jar. wiping the dust from sleep away with quick motions. He stretches, testing muscles already sore from work in the fields. His life is marked by duty, rising with the sun, carrying tools, bending to the earth until his back protests. Yet, in the stillness before labor, his thoughts stray. He remembers the girl he glimpsed at the festival, her face lit by lantern light. He does not know her name, though he has heard whispers. He wonders if she might remember him at all. Such moments are rarely recorded in papyrus or carved on temple walls. They leave no trace for archaeologists to measure, but they happened, again and again, in homes and courtyards, in glances stolen between tasks. Desire hummed quietly beneath the surface of duty. The sun grows stronger, shadows shorten, children dart between houses, laughing, tossing small clay tokens in a game of chance. Their joy rings through the streets, a reminder of what comes after longing, the hope of families, the noise of life carried forward. Yet, for those not yet joined in marriage, the laughter feels distant, like a song from another room. The girl carries a basket now, filled with small loaves, and steps toward the river. The path is familiar, past walls painted with faded colors, past palms rising tall against the sky. The river gleams, already bright in the morning sun. Women kneel at the banks, washing clothes, their voices low and steady. Men haul nets from small boats, the smell of fish mingling with the heavy sweetness of river mud. She lowers her basket carefully, dipping a jar into the water. The coolness rises through her hands, and she closes her eyes for a moment, as if the river itself might grant her peace. Then she hears a step. She looks up. It is him, the boy from the festival. He carries a wooden yoke across his shoulders, 2 empty jars hanging from its hooks. He walks with the easy strength of youth, though his eyes, when they meet hers, falter just slightly. For a heartbeat, the noise of the river fades. There is only the awareness of one life meeting another. They do not speak. Not yet. His mother calls, and he turns away, dipping his jars, lifting them with practiced motion. She watches, heart quickening, then forces her gaze back to the water. She fills her jar, steadies her breath, and returns to the village. The moment is gone, yet it lingers, like a scent that clings long after the incense has burned away. At the edge of the village, an old woman watches her pass. She smiles faintly, recognizing the softness in the girl's eyes. She has seen it before, in her own youth, in her daughters, in neighbors long gone. She knows how longing shapes itself quietly, how it waits for chance and courage. She says nothing, only nods, and the girl blushes, though no words have been spoken. This is how affection began in ancient Egypt, not with dramatic declarations, not with ceremonies marked by trumpets, but with glances, silences, and the hush of desire beneath the ordinary. Where duty pressed down like the desert sun, the heart still found ways to breathe. And perhaps, as you listen now, you feel a familiarity. The details differ, no reed mats or clay jars in your room, but the longing is the same, to be seen, to be chosen, to share the quiet moments of dawn with someone who understands. Across thousands of years, that thread has not broken. The girl sets her jar inside, placing the basket beside it. She wipes her brow, though the day is still young. Outside, voices rise, the village alive with work. Inside, in her heart, a different rhythm beats. Slower, softer, but insistent. She leans against the wall for just a moment, closes her eyes, and lets the longing fill her. And so the day continues. The bread will bake, the fields will be worked, the river will flow. Yet beneath it all lies this hush of desire, tender, uncertain, but strong enough to shape lives. In time, it will lead her to choices, to thresholds, to moments that historians will never see. But for now, it rests here, hidden in plain sight, like the first spark beneath kindling. The ovens glow, voices rise, life moves in gentle rhythm. The morning swells the way a river does when it remembers its banks. Heat gathers, not in a rush, but like a quiet hand placed on the shoulder. By the communal ovens, the world arranges itself into patterns older than any story we could tell. Shadows of palm fronds sway across the packed earth. Sparks blink and fade. Ash breathes like a sleepy animal. Women arrive with baskets on hips and flour on their arms, laughter tucked into the corners of their mouths, as if laughter were a spice they save for the right moment. A rhythm begins, not the stiff march of a drum line, but a human rhythm, the kind you could fall asleep to. Grain against the grinding stone, low and circular. A wooden scoop tapping the rim of a jar, a pat of dough, a soft thump, the quick scrape of a reed broom whisking stray flour back into place. Someone hums, and without deciding to, others join. A thin melody, bright as a thread, weaving over the steady pulse of work. The young woman from the doorway slips into this current as though it were water. She sets her basket down, brushes a strand of hair behind her ear, and dusts her hands with flour. Across the courtyard, the old woman, the one with a knowing smile and a memory that keeps perfect step with the present, nods once, as if she recognizes where the girl's thoughts were earlier, as if she remembers her own feet at that same threshold years ago. Bread here is not only food, it is a language. Fingers speak as they fold and stretch. Wrists tell stories in half circles and presses. Palms learn, remember, and teach without argument. The dough yields and resists the way people do. First shy, then trusting, then sturdy. It holds air like a secret. A child with dust on his knees appears at the edge of the ovens, clutching a token he's won in a game that passed so quickly, no adult noticed it had rules. He hovers hesitantly, eyes round. The old woman calls him over with one finger, and he comes, quiet at last, because this is the place where even children understand the holiness of ordinary things. She presses a thumb into a scrap of dough and hands it to him, and he laughs at the tiny well it makes before he swallows it in 2 bites, a priest absolved by bread. The heat builds as the sun scales the day, each rung higher and brighter. A woman fans the coals, careful and practiced, and the glow within the clay mouth steadies into a color that makes you think of sunsets and ripe fruit. The air smells of yeast, smoke, and a sweetness that cannot be named, only remembered. Thin lines of sweat appear at temples and along necks. Linen darkens where it touches skin. Someone makes a small joke, butter light, almost nothing, about how the gods surely prefer their offerings warm and their worshippers cooler. The group chuckles, and the chuckle becomes a breeze no one feels, but everyone breathes easier for. At the Kaiden far edge, 2 sisters work side by side, wrists moving together like wings. One shapes the dough into loaves that will climb the oven walls. The other forms conical breads for a neighbor planning a small feast. Between them lies a shard of pottery where a short list has been scratched. Flour, oil, honey, dates. Underneath, as if the shard were tempted by a second life, a line of love poetry, quick and daring. Your voice is wine to me. The elder sister pretends not to see it. The younger pretends she was not the author. But the old woman sees both pretenses and lets them live, because some blossoms open best in the shade. The girl, our girl, presses a circle of dough flat with the heel of her hand. Her mother watches without correcting, her chin lifting slightly as the shape settles well. It's a small victory, but small victories have a way of making the day open like a door without a creak. The girl slides the flat round onto a wooden paddle, waits for the breath of the oven to meet her face, then lays the dough against the heated clay until it clings. The hiss is so soft it barely exists, and yet the bread remembers it as it rises, browned at the edges, patient in the middle. Men pass now and then with tools over their shoulders, leaving for workshops or fields. They nod, appreciative in a way that isn't loud, the way a man nods at the river that waters his crops without fanfare. One pauses, the young man from the river path, and pretends to dust his hand absently, while the old woman presses a small loaf into it. "For your mother," she says, "and for your own hunger before you set your back to the earth." His thanks comes out thinner than he intends, but it is sincere. He does not dare look past the old woman to the girl, and the girl, who has already felt his presence like a change in weather, focuses on her next circle of dough as if it required the attention of a scribe. A neighbor arrives with a jar of beer, thick as a meal and sweeter than common speech. She pours a little into a shallow cup and sets it down for anyone to sip who passes. The foam settles with a friendly sigh. The old woman takes a mouthful, brightens, and says that even the gods would trade a garland for a cup just now. The girl hides a smile. Her mother doesn't. The sisters do not try. This is the part of the day when talk rides the surface of things. Whose goat has learned to open a latch, whose roof needs a patch, whose cousin sent word from the capital that river traffic has slowed since a barge went stubborn on a sandbar. Someone asks a practical question about oil prices. They say it the way you and I would ask about weather. And someone else answers with the patience of a merchant who knows patience is a currency. There is no hurry. Bread refuses to be rushed, so do these conversations. The ovens keep speaking. Loaves cling, swell, and are coaxed down with wooden paddles smooth from years of duty. Fingers test weight and doneness. Ears listen for a hollow sound, a gentle tap that says, "Yes, now." A loaf is broken open to check the crumb. Steam blossoms. A crack opens. Someone's eyes shine in a way that means little to history and everything to the morning. The first bite is shared around, because that is how the world remains durable, not by monuments, but by pieces of warmth offered from hand to hand. Sometimes a shock arrives softly. A woman sets her basket down with more force than planned, and the old woman turns. "A letter," the woman says, as if the word itself were heavy. A neighbor's cousin, a scribe in a place with more thresholds than fields, has written news. It is not of war or decree. It is about a marriage arranged quickly after a harvest gone thin. The girl hears it and feels a tiny sting, like a spark that lands on skin and winks out. The old woman touches the messenger's wrist. "A thin harvest makes thin choices," she says, not unkindly. But sometimes even a lean season can surprise the mouth. The others nod, and in that nod is a whole theology. Life will press, and still we will shape dough, and some mornings it will rise sweeter than we feared. Nearby, a mother with a newborn steps carefully, a small amulet at her throat bouncing lightly against her skin. She does not come to bake. She comes for the company that holds a new mother steady when sleep has become a myth. The old woman sits her down on a low stool near the shade and presses a warm heel of bread into her palm. "Eat while it talks to you," she says, nodding at the rising steam, "and you will remember your own warmth." The baby fusses, finds milk, and quiets with the conspiratorial contentment known only to infants and cats. A light breeze slips through the courtyard. White ash lifts in a small flurry and falls again like a private snow. The girl watches it drift and thinks of the festival night when perfume cones softened into fragrance on the heat of lamps, and how the boy had glanced her way. It is a memory she holds not to wander from the present, but to stand more firmly in it. She tucks it into the day like a note in a jar. Against the far wall, someone has leaned a worn paddle. On its handle, incised long ago with the tip of a knife, are two symbols entwined. Not letters, not a proclamation, just a pair of simple marks where a hand rests most often. The old woman notices the girl noticing. "That was my mother's," she says, "and her mother's." The marks are nothing to anyone but us. To us, they are a promise that our hands will know what to do, even when our hearts are not sure. Laughter rises again, easy and low. Someone tells the small story of a loaf that leapt free of the oven wall once, startled by its own heat, and landed in a basket as neatly as if it had practiced the trick in private. The story earns more mirth than its worth, because this is how people keep faith with gentleness. They let joy take the long way around the circle. A girl from another lane asks if the gods pushed it. "The gods," the old woman says, "are very fond of bread. I do not doubt their hand in small blessings. A pot of lentils simmers near the edge, its surface ticking softly as fumes of cumin and coriander drift like friendly ghosts. A boy with plucked lyre strings passes by and sets a few notes in the air, not enough for a song, just enough to remind the morning that music belongs to it. He moves on toward the square, and the notes settle in the bread as surely as yeast. From the river path comes the brief call of a boatman and a chorus of answers, not from other boats, but from land, where voices are accustomed to returning the greeting of those who ride the water. News travels on such calls. Today's word is that fish are running fat and lazy, that the reeds are taller this year where the bank curves, that an egret has built her nest high and foolish near the edge where boys will certainly climb. The ovens do not listen exactly, but the people around them do, and that is enough. The mother of our girl places a hand on her daughter's shoulder, a touch that holds both guidance and permission. "Take this to the neighbor," she says, loading a shallow basket with warm rounds. "Mind the shade." The girl nods, lifts carefully, and the heat radiates through the woven fibers into her fingers. She steps out into the street, past a line of hieratic signs chalked on a wall for a child's lesson later in the day, past a doorway where a man mends a sandal with a bone needle, past a sleeping dog that lifts its head just enough to confirm the world is still worth watching. At the neighbor's, a baby stirs and a grandmother answers, grateful for the bread, more grateful for the face at the door. "Tell your mother the crust is like the old days," she says, which is praise as large as a temple. The girl smiles, thanks her, and turns back. On the way, she pauses where the path opens toward the river. She's not searching. She is simply allowing her feet to remember that the world is wide. That is when she sees him again, the young man, crossing with the yoke balanced, jars now full and steady. He stops as if he too has remembered that the world is wide. They stand for a moment under the thin shade of a date palm. The fruit overhead are still green, months from sweetness. "The ovens are good today," he says at last, because sometimes the simplest truth is the safest door. She nods. "The river is generous," she answers, and they both smile at the old exchange. Bread and water, heat and cool, the bargain that keeps a village alive. He shifts the yoke slightly. "May I carry that?" He nods toward her basket. "It is light," she says. but if you like to pretend it is heavy, I will let you." The black humor is so mild it is nearly invisible, yet it startles them both into a small laugh that feels like a cup of beer sipped too quickly. He takes the basket. She lets him. They walk 10 paces together, and in those 10 paces, they learn more than they will admit by nightfall. At her door, he returns it, and the exchange is over. It shines anyway. Back at the ovens, a small quiet has fallen, not from lack of talk, but from the kind of concentration that means the work has entered its finest stretch. Loaves come ready in a graceful order. Mistakes, when they happen, are forgiven by a knife and a pot of stew. The old woman watches the girl return and does not ask a single question. Instead, she reaches into the oven's mouth and pulls a round that is perfect, as if it had been waiting especially for this moment. She drops it twice from one hand to the other to cool it, then presses it into the girl's palms. "For lunch," she says, "for the road between here and later." In a corner, a low-voiced conversation turns to a marriage contract down the lane. Not gossip exactly, but craft talk, as practical as measuring flour. Someone mentions how the document lists the linens the bride will keep if she should ever choose to leave, and how much grain must be given each month as her due. To an outsider, such talk might seem cold. To the women at the oven, it is warmth of another kind, a shield held lightly but held. A fair promise keeps love quiet and steady, the old woman murmurs, and no one argues with her. By the time the sun leans toward its first rest, the ovens have eaten their share of wood and given back far more than they took. Baskets fill, arms ache in a satisfying way. The courtyard glows with that strange peace you find only after a task embraced and finished. The young man passes once more, tools now over his shoulder instead of jars. He does not stop. He does not need to. The air between his steps and the girl's glance says what must be said. Later is a real place, and they may both arrive there. The old woman sits at last, hands open on her knees. She looks around at faces shining with work, and hears, in the soft, low talk that drifts now like river mist, the proof that a day can be beautiful without asking permission. Bread is stacked, children crumb-mouthed. The new mother's eyes have lost the haunted edge of the morning. Someone begins to sweep, not because it must be done now, but because the song of bristles on dust is a good last note. In the far distance, a reed flute lifts a thin, curious melody, the kind that follows you home and waits by your door until you invite it in. The ovens go on breathing softly, cooling in small sighs. The courtyard empties in the gentle way a tide withdraws, not with drama, but with the patience of things that know they will return. Sandals brush the dust as men set out with steady purpose. The sun has grown strong now, pushing against the roofs of the mud brick homes and pressing a steady heat into the courtyards. Shadows are no longer gentle and long. They have shrunk back, sharp and thin, leaving men to step out into the brilliance of the day with tools over their shoulders and determination in their strides. The sound is distinct once you notice it. The scrape of sandals on hard earth, the creak of leather straps tightened around wooden hose, the muted clatter of copper blades striking against one another as men shift their weight. It is not hurried, nor is it slow. It is simply certain, the way a river moves without asking permission. They gather first in the village square, an open patch of ground shaded only at the edges by a few date palms. Here, instructions are exchanged, tasks divided, and gossip of a different flavor than the women's oven chatter spreads. The price of flax in the market, the reliability of a new overseer, the condition of the Nile's flood waters upstream. These men speak in short sentences, clipped and practical, as if words themselves must be conserved like grain. A group of farmers head toward the fields. Their sandals strike the earth in near unison, though no one calls cadence. They carry hoes and sickles, coils of rope, and baskets for gleaning. Dust swirls at their ankles, clinging to their legs like loyal dogs. The smell of wet silt drifts faintly even here, promising fertility where the river has been generous. In their silence lies a kind of reverence. They do not chatter because the land itself speaks, through the whisper of reeds, the drone of insects, the faint sigh of the river. A carpenter takes a different path. He shoulders a bundle of wood too precious to waste, each piece cut and smoothed in preparation for shaping. He whistles low, a tune that doesn't quite carry but steadies his steps. His workshop waits at the edge of the square, a shaded place where tools are arranged like loyal friends and sawdust softens the ground. Already, he imagines the beams he will cut, the joints he will join, the way his hands will coax strength and grace from timber that once grew tall under desert skies. The young man from the river, the one who carried jars and pretended indifference at the ovens, joins a group bound for the fields. His shoulders are broad, though not yet hardened with the full years of labor. He listens more than he speaks, catching the rhythm of the older men's steps, learning where to place his weight on the uneven ground. He thinks, though he does not say it, of the girl with flour still dusting her hands, and the thought places a kind of lightness in his step that no one notices but him. Everywhere, sandals mark the dust. A scribe passes with a reed box tucked under his arm, his tools not of wood and copper, but of ink and papyrus. He walks lightly, careful not to jostle the precious materials. The men nod to him as he goes, a different kind of respect, for his labor is not in the soil, yet feeds the memory of their people as surely as wheat feeds their bellies. Along the riverbank, fishermen push their small boats into the current. Poles scrape against the mud, nets unfurl with a sigh, and the water accepts them with a slap of foam. The men's arms flex and pull, their shoulders gleaming in the sun. The smell of fish and wet reed rises at once, harsh yet necessary. Some sing to keep time, voices deep and even, carrying across the water like the call of birds. Others remain quiet, their eyes fixed on the ripples, reading the river's secrets. And still others head not to field or river, but to workshops where bronze is heated until it glows, where the sharp tang of metal and smoke hangs heavy in the air. Their sandals leave darker tracks here, stained by ash and soot. Hammers ring against anvils, a sound that seems to echo from the earth's bones. Sparks rise, bright and brief, before vanishing into the wide sky. The life of men in this village is not grand, yet it is steady, woven into the fabric of survival. They labor with a purpose both personal and communal, to feed their households, to honor the gods through offerings, to ensure that when evening falls, bread and beer will be shared under the cool night air. At midday, the heat becomes a weight too great for constant work. Men pause, wiping brows, leaning tools against shaded walls, sitting in small groups to drink water from jars carried earlier at dawn. The young man finds himself seated near an elder who speaks little, but watches much. After a silence stretched long enough to feel deliberate, the elder says, "The land is not cruel. It is only exact. It gives what you give it, no more, no less." The young man nods, though he is not sure he fully understands. He glances toward the village, imagining flour-dusted hands, and wonders if perhaps the same is true of hearts. There is an unspoken hierarchy here. marked not by titles or wealth, but by skill, endurance, and memory. The man who knows when to cut flax so it will not mold is trusted more than the man who boasts of harvests. The fisherman who reads the shadows of birds knows where the fattest fish swim. The carpenter who listens to the grain of wood before carving earns fewer mistakes. These men carry their knowledge quietly, offering it only when needed, never wasted. The boy among them learns by watching how to tie a rope so it will not slip, how to set a basket so it balances on one hip, how to strike a hoe into the earth at just the right angle to cut weeds without wasting strength. It is knowledge that will never be written, knowledge as fragile as breath, passed down only because sandals continue to brush dust beside one another. Evening nears, though the sun still blazes. Tools grow heavy, shoulders ache, but there is a comfort in shared labor. When they turn back toward the village, the rhythm of their steps is different, slower perhaps, but also more certain, weighted with the satisfaction of work completed. Dust clings higher on their legs, sweat darkens their linen, and yet their eyes soften as home draws near. For as much as labor shapes their days, it is the return that shapes their nights. Bread waits, children run to meet them, wives glance up from tasks with relief, and beneath it all, the quiet truth remains. Sandals brush the dust not only to tend the earth, but to bring the men back to the doorways where longing lingers, where stories will be told under stars, where tomorrow will begin again. Matches are weighed with silence more than with smiles. The light of the afternoon bends toward gold, softening edges that only hours before had seemed so harsh. Within the quiet lanes of the village, the heat eases just enough for new movements to begin. Doors open, mats are shaken, and from shaded courtyards voices murmur in lower tones. It is not the bustle of morning bread, nor the determined labor of men. This is the slower, more private rhythm of arrangements being made. Marriage in this place is not trumpeted with trumpets or sealed with sweeping vows. It is built in shadows and in whispers, weighed not in romance alone, but in balance, in caution, in silent calculation. For all the affection sung later in poems and painted on walls, the first steps are often quiet negotiations, a weighing of stability, a consideration of futures not yet lived. In one shaded courtyard, a father and mother sit on low stools, a chest pulled close between them. The lid is raised just slightly, and within are stacked linen garments, pots polished to a dull sheen, and a few ornaments wrapped carefully in cloth. These are not riches to dazzle, but the real measure of a household's strength. The mother speaks in low tones, reminding her husband which of these belonged to her own dowry years ago, how they must remain in her daughter's possession even in marriage. The father nods slowly, his brow furrowed not with anger, but with care. He knows that in the stillness of this courtyard, decisions will shape the arc of his child's life. Elsewhere, another family leans into the matter with a different kind of weight. A young man, perhaps 16, has just returned from the fields. His hands are raw from rope burns, his shoulders darkened by the sun. He kneels beside his mother, who pours cool water from a jar over his wrists. She speaks gently but directly. If he wishes to marry, he must first show steadiness, not merely strength. A house of his own, however modest, must stand ready. A roof of reeds, a door that latches, a hearth where bread can bake. Love may warm the heart, but walls must shelter it. These are the conversations that shape matches, not the glances exchanged at festivals, not the secret gifts pressed into palms at market stalls, though those matter too. What holds weight in the quiet hours are questions of endurance. Can this boy hold steady in the flood years and the lean? Can this girl keep a household humming when illness visits? Will they, together, produce children who will carry names forward, guard tombs, pour libations when the parents themselves are gone? And yet, even in the seriousness, small sparks of tenderness flicker. A girl sitting with her mother at the weaving loom hums under her breath, though the tune seems unconnected to her task. Her mother pauses, listening, and asks if she has seen the boy who delivered grain earlier that week. The girl blushes, her hands fumbling at the shuttle. Nothing more is said aloud, yet everything is understood. The loom continues its steady rhythm, but within its clicks and pulls is the heartbeat of a match not yet spoken of, already alive. At the well, women gather for water as they do each day, but their voices carry new tones. One remark on a young man's shoulders, broadening with age. Another comments on the deftness of a girl's hands, how quickly she grinds the grain. Praise and observation slip into the air, carried as surely as the jars on their heads. By evening, these words will reach households where mothers and fathers weigh them like coins. And in the gathering hall, no more than a shaded space with mats strewn across the ground, older men speak as they drink thick beer cooled in jars buried in damp earth. They murmur about which families keep their word, which children show diligence, which alliances might keep fields well watered in difficult years. There is little laughter here, only the occasional grunt of agreement, the quiet clink of pottery. Marriages are not arranged solely by affection, but by these subtle measures, the invisible threads binding households into a web strong enough to endure. Yet affection refuses to be silenced. A youth passing through the square lingers too long near the bakery, pretending to inspect a basket of loaves while his eyes search for a girl inside. She notices, but does not look directly, instead, brushing flour from her arms more carefully than necessary. When at last their eyes meet for a fleeting heartbeat, the moment holds more weight than all the negotiations whispered in courtyards. Love is a stubborn vine. It grows even between bricks. As twilight deepens, small lamps are lit, and the village exhales into the coolness. In one house, a father sharpens a reed pen, preparing to draft an agreement on a piece of papyrus already smoothed and ready. He is not a scribe, but he knows the form. The daughter's possessions listed clearly, the husband's obligations named. He pauses before writing, his fingers resting on the page, as though aware that ink will fix a future that until now has been only possibility. His wife brings him a lamp, its light trembling across his hand, and for a moment the two exchange a glance filled with both pride and sorrow. Their little girl, once cradled in their arms, is on the cusp of another's threshold. These silent matches are the architecture of the village. Each doorway may hold its own story, its own struggle, but beneath them all lies this same quiet labor. Parents weighing futures, young hearts daring to hope, agreements inked under flickering lamps, daughters stepping across thresholds with chests of linen, sons shouldering the weight of new households. When tomorrow comes, neighbors will speak as if these unions were inevitable. Yet tonight, within these shaded courtyards and lamplit rooms, the hush is heavy with choices not yet spoken aloud. Matches are measured not with smiles alone, but with silence, with patience, with the unseen steadiness that keeps families whole across generations. Behind closed doors, tradition builds unseen walls. The village grows still after supper. The clatter of pottery has faded, the laughter of children softened into murmurs, and smoke curls slowly upward from cooking fires that now glow with dying embers. In the twilight, each home becomes its own world. Mud brick walls that seemed humble in the daytime now stand like barriers, separating private lives from the open chatter of streets. And within these walls, patterns long established take hold, patterns that shape marriages, families, and futures with quiet force. A woman sits by a low lamp in her home. The light trembles against the linen curtain that divides her family's single room into two spaces. On her side lies the hearth, a small clay oven, and baskets of grain. On the other side, her husband is already stretched on a reed mat, his breathing deep and even. She mends a garment in silence, her fingers moving with practiced ease, the soft pull of thread the only sound. Yet her thoughts are less steady. She remembers the days when her laughter filled the air, when she ran to the river with friends and sang beneath the palm trees. Those days seem far away now, hidden behind the walls of marriage. Across the lane, another household holds a different story. Here, the husband paces, his steps restless. He mutters about grain yields, about taxes owed, about debts that loom larger than his means. His wife listens quietly, her hands kneading dough, not only to prepare bread, but to absorb the weight of his unease. She knows better than to interrupt. Words spoken in heat can leave scars deeper than any blade. Instead, she offers patience, letting silence cushion his complaints. This is the invisible labor behind closed doors, the work of absorbing, soothing, softening what might otherwise harden into bitterness. Tradition says the man provides the roof and the income, while the woman shapes the hearth and steadies the household. But the truth, visible only to those within the walls, is more complicated. Women barter extra bread for oil when rations run short. Men secretly carve toys from scrap wood for their children, even when tired from the fields. Both stretch themselves beyond roles, meeting needs unspoken. Yet the world outside will rarely see these sacrifices. There are walls thicker still, built not of mud brick, but of silence. In one home, a young bride sits on her mat, her belongings neatly stacked in a chest beside her. It has been only 3 nights since she crossed the threshold into her husband's house. She looks at the door, remembering her mother's tears, her father's careful words, the laughter of siblings now distant. She hears her husband's family speaking in the next room, their voices warm, familiar to one another. She feels like a guest in her own home. The walls here are not physical, but emotional. Boundaries she must learn to cross with time, patience, and the hope of kindness. Sometimes those walls are broken in unexpected ways. A husband returns from the fields earlier than usual, his face lined with fatigue. His wife, who has been grinding grain since morning, pauses to wipe her brow. Without words, he takes the pestle from her hands and begins to pound. She watches, startled, but says nothing. His rhythm is clumsy at first, then steadier. For that brief moment, the unseen walls between roles crumble, replaced by the simple truth of shared labor. Tomorrow, neighbors may never know of this moment, but within these walls, the bond has shifted. Not all walls fall so easily. In another corner of the village, voices rise sharp and tense. A husband accuses his wife of wasting oil, of letting the lamp burn too long. She answers in clipped tones, reminding him that the house must be lit if their children are to eat after sunset. Words strike harder than hands ever could, echoing in the small space until even the children grow silent. The fight ends not with resolution, but with exhausted silence. And as the family lies down to sleep, The walls of their home feel thicker, heavier, like burdens pressing in on every side. The children, too, sense these walls. A boy lies awake beside his younger sister, staring at the ceiling beams. He listens to the quiet breaths of his parents, the rustle of rats in the corner, the occasional cough from a neighbor outside. To him, the walls of home are both safety and prison. They keep out the night air, the jackal cries, the weight of the desert beyond. But they also hold secrets, arguments, griefs he cannot yet name. He will grow to understand that marriage is more than bread and roof. It is the invisible architecture of patience, compromise, and the silent endurance of disappointments. There is a paradox in these quiet homes. The very walls that separate families from the community also preserve their tenderness. In the dark, when the lamp is extinguished and the reed mats creak with shifting bodies, whispered words slip through the silence. A wife tells her husband of a dream she had, of fields so green they seemed endless. He listens, his hand finding hers in the dark. For a moment, no wall exists, only two souls sharing breath and hope. And when dawn comes, the doors open again, and the village resumes its public rhythm. Outsiders see only the surface. Men striding to the fields, women gathering at the ovens, children darting through the lanes. But within each home remain the unseen walls that guard the intimate truths of marriage. Moments of kindness never spoken aloud, hurts that leave no mark, loyalties tested and renewed in silence. Tradition builds these walls. They are strong, enduring, and sometimes stifling. Yet they are also what hold households together, giving shape to the ebb and flow of daily life. In their shade, love can wither or grow, unnoticed by anyone but those who live inside. A young bride crosses a threshold into her new life. The day has ended, but the village has not yet surrendered to night. A softness hovers over the narrow lanes, where dust still clings to sandals and lamps glow faintly behind linen curtains. In one corner of this ancient place, a procession is gathering. Not grand like a festival, not solemn like a funeral, but marked with a quiet gravity that causes neighbors to pause their own tasks. Tonight, a young bride will cross the threshold into her husband's home, and with that step, the ordinary rhythm of her life will change forever. She is no more than 14 years old, her frame slight but her eyes wide, holding both nervousness and hope. Her hair has been braided carefully by her mother and sisters, each strand smoothed with oil until it gleams. She wears linen newly woven for the occasion, not dyed with rare colors, but clean, crisp, and fragrant from the sun. Over one shoulder, she carries a small wooden chest, its weight heavy, not from riches, but from meaning. Folded garments, cooking vessels, a few amulets wrapped in cloth. Each item is a piece of her former household, a tether that she carries into the unknown. Behind her walk two older women, aunts perhaps, each balancing baskets of bread, jars of beer, and linens that will furnish the new home. Their faces are solemn, but not sad. They know this ritual well, have walked it themselves, and understand its mingled bitterness and promise. Children dart alongside, whispering to one another, eyes gleaming with the thrill of an event that, for them, seems like a festival. Neighbors lean against doorways, nodding in approval, calling quiet blessings as the small procession passes. There is no priest to bless this union, no chants from temple courtyards, no official ceremony. The gods are honored in their own ways, through incense burned at family shrines, through amulets tucked into chests, through whispered prayers offered in solitude. But the marriage itself, It begins simply when a woman carries her belongings across a man's threshold. That step, ordinary, physical, visible to all, is the ceremony. The young man, her husband, waits at the door of his home. He is older, perhaps by 3 or 4 years, his shoulders already shaped by work in the fields. He wears his best linen kilt, freshly laundered and stiff with starch. His hands fidget at his sides, betraying nerves he would rather hide. His friends stand nearby, grinning, elbowing him, offering jokes that flush his cheeks with both pride and embarrassment. As the bride approaches, the crowd quiets, leaving only the soft rhythm of her footsteps. The chest she carries seems heavier now, not only with belongings, but with expectation. Her gaze flickers once toward her parents, who follow a short distance behind, their faces etched with conflicting emotions. Relief that their daughter has been chosen, sorrow that she leaves their hearth. The mother lifts her hand, not in farewell, but in blessing, fingers trembling slightly in the lamplight. The moment arrives. The young bride pauses at the doorway, the mud brick walls of her new home towering like sentinels. The husband reaches to steady the chest, their hands brushing for the first time in front of witnesses. A murmur ripples through the onlookers. Approval, encouragement, the satisfaction of tradition fulfilled. Together, they lift the chest and carry it over the threshold. The crowd exhales. They are now husband and wife. Inside, the room smells faintly of oil and reeds. A mat has been laid out, fresh linen sheets folded neatly upon it. A small dish of incense burns in the corner, filling the air with the warm sweetness of myrrh. The bride places her chest against the wall, her hands lingering on the lid as though reluctant to let go. Her husband stands a little apart, uncertain how close to move. They are strangers in some ways, yet bound now in a contract of daily life, in responsibilities they may not yet understand fully. Outside, the celebration grows louder. Musicians arrive, 2 with reed flutes, 1 with a hand drum, their notes weaving together in a simple, hypnotic rhythm. Neighbors laugh and share beer from clay jars, breaking loaves of bread still warm from the ovens. Children chase each other through the gathering, their shrieks high and joyful. The evening has taken on a festive glow, though its center remains inside the modest house where 2 young people sit quietly, adjusting to the new shape of their world. There is tenderness hidden in this stillness. The bride removes a small amulet from her chest, a figure of Hathor carved from faience, blue as the river at dusk. She sets it carefully on a shelf near the bed, a silent prayer for fertility, for love, for protection. Her husband notices but says nothing, only nods once, his expression softening. In that nod lies respect for her faith, her family, her right to bring part of her world into his. Not every match will grow into love. Some will remain bound only by duty, producing children but little warmth. Others will fracture under the weight of disappointment or quarrel. But tonight, in this quiet house, lit by 1 small lamp, there is possibility. The neighbors outside cheer as the couple emerges briefly to join the festivities, their hands brushing again as they step into the crowd. A jar of beer is pressed into their hands, the thick, sweet brew swirling with dates and barley. They sip, laugh nervously, and for the first time share a glance that lingers. The festival is brief by modern standards, but for them, it is enough. Bread, beer, music, the laughter of neighbors. These are the blessings that mark the beginning of marriage. Tomorrow will bring work, adjustments, the subtle negotiations of daily life. Tonight is for crossing the threshold, for recognizing the quiet power of a step taken together. As the stars brighten overhead, the bride and groom retreat once more into their home. The door closes, the lamp flickers, and silence settles around them. Outside, the last of the music fades. Children are called inside, and neighbors drift back to their courtyards. Life resumes its rhythm, yet something has shifted. Two lives have intertwined, not with fanfare, but with the simple crossing of a doorway. Shy glances linger longer than words can hold. The days after a threshold crossing move like the river at dawn. Slow on the surface, many currents underneath. In the small house, morning light lays itself across the reed mat and climbs the wall to where the little faience figure of Hathor keeps watch. The bride wakes early, listening to the house breathe. The husband turns once, not quite awake, his hand finding the cool edge of the mat where, yesterday, there was only woven reed, and today there is a new life sharing the same narrow square of world. They do not speak at first. There is comfort in the silence, the honest kind that belongs to people learning each other by degrees. She rises to pour water from the jar into a clay bowl, coolness flashing against her palms. He sits up slowly, careful not to stir the dust. They exchange a glance so brief it would be invisible to a passerby, yet both feel the small warmth of it, the way one feels a hidden ember in ash. Outside, the village resumes its familiar song, the scrape of sandals, the soft cough of donkeys, a reed broom whisking yesterday into piles a child will scatter again before noon. Inside, the house learns new rhythms. She opens her chest and lifts out small things that make a place feel like home. A woven basket for onions, a strip of linen for the shelf, a small polished stone she has carried since she was little, smooth as water on the tongue. He watches, pretending to search for a tool, and notices that the room is already different. The lamp burns steadier. The air seems less empty in the corners. He thinks, though he does not say it, that a home is not a house until two people agree on where to set the bowl. They eat their first breakfast together without ceremony, tearing a round of bread still soft from last night's oven, dipping it in a dish of oil fragrant with crushed coriander. He slides the better piece toward her. She pretends not to notice until her fingers touch it. Then she lifts it toward him with a sideways look that is half resistance, half laughter, and breaks it again so that each has a share. The bargain is wordless and generous. News travels quickly along a river, and affection travels just as quickly along a lane. By mid-morning, two neighbors have found reasons to appear at the door. One to return a borrowed jar, the other to ask whether the young man might have a length of reed cord for a mending task. Both look past what they came to see, and satisfied by the sight of a chest settled, a mat laid, a small shelf claimed, they go away with that smile older women wear when they are pleased by what the world has done in spite of itself. The couple moves through the day carefully, as people do when they are newly aware of being watched. She hums while sweeping. He fixes the latch so it will close without a hard pull. He shows her where the roof is thin and how to read the wind that comes in at night. She shows him where her mother taught her to hide a spare wick, a needle, a twist of thread. They are making a map of each other's ways, a soft cartography of gestures and preferences. In the afternoon, he ties a rope to the yoke and offers to fetch water. She follows, not because she doubts his strength, but because the path to the river is easier when the silence is shared. The bank is bright with women washing cloth. Reeds shine like polished bronze. A heron stands on one leg, patient as a scribe. They walk at an ordinary pace that still feels like a decision. Where the path narrows, he steps slightly behind so the yoke will not brush her shoulder. Where stones lie loose, she says nothing and simply slows until his foot finds its sure place. When they reach the water, she dips a small jar and pretends to be absorbed by the widening circles while he fills the big ones. The quiet is deep and companionable. On the way home, a girl from the ovens passes, waving with unabashed delight. "Your house smells like new linen," she says to the bride, then turns to the groom. "And your doorway looks wider." It is foolish talk, and sweet for being foolish. He bows in mock solemnity. "The gods must have pulled the sides apart," he answers, and the bride laughs, the sound low and surprised at itself. Affection in this place does not need to hide. At dusk, couples walk side by side along the river path, hands touching, sometimes fingers interlaced, sometimes palms barely resting together as if testing a temperature. Children run ahead and behind. Elders sit on low stones and tell the day to behave itself. Fishermen repair nets and pretend not to listen. The young couple fits easily into the scene. When she reaches for his arm to steady herself on a slope of dust, no one looks away and no one stares. It is simply part of the language here, like greeting the sun or answering a boatman's call. That evening, when lamps begin to wake along the lanes, he returns from the square with a surprise wrapped in damp cloth to keep the scent. A blue lotus cut at the stem where the water brightens toward shore. He is awkward with it, as if it were a delicate tool he has not used before. "For your shelf," he says, though the flower is too lovely for a shelf. She lifts it carefully, inhales, and closes her eyes. The fragrance rises like a memory not yet lived. "For the water bowl," she says, and sets it to float there. The petal's shadow rocks on the surface, like a small boat that has no need to arrive. Later, when the heat has thinned enough to invite people outdoors, a neighbor's courtyard fills with soft music. A flute tracing lines in the air the way a finger draws shapes on a fogged window. The new couple lingers at the doorway, then accepts the hand that beckons. They sit near the edge where lantern light is gentlest. Someone places a small cone of scented fat on the groom's wig. He laughs and adjusts it with 2 fingers. The bride's cone melts more quickly, the sheen glossing her hair and perfuming the air with myrrh and cinnamon. The smell is not a shout, but a presence, like a blessing that keeps its own counsel. They do not dance at first. They watch, learning the village's evening script, who tells the first story, who pours beer without spilling, who keeps the rhythm on a small drum with a thumb that never seems to tire. He whispers a remark about how the drum is the only heart allowed to beat out loud. She murmurs back that hers is not being polite. It is the mildest of jokes, and they both hold it as if it were a secret. When the music softens, they stand. His hand finds hers, not in a clutch but in a trial of balance, how to move together without stepping on toes, how to let the body say yes without frightening the mind. Around them, elders smile without interfering. Here, tenderness is not a performance. It is an inheritance people are happy to see claimed. Between such moments, the house learns its quieter rituals. She writes a line on an ostrakhan, a broken shard smoothed by use, and tucks it behind the lamp. It is not a long poem, only a cupful of meaning. Your voice steadies the room. He finds it the next morning when he reaches for the wick. He reads it twice, unsure if he should pretend surprise or admit that it has moved him as surely as the Nile moves fish. He chooses gratitude over pride and leaves another shard near the shelf. When you laugh, the door forgets how to worry. They both pretend the messages arrived from the gods, which in a way is not a pretense at all. Not every hour is easy. The first small misunderstanding arrives like a fly that refuses to be waved off. He moves the water jar closer to the door for convenience. She moves it back because the shade is deeper where she set it. They circle this small difference for half a day, each convinced of the good sense of the placement. At noon, the jar has become a mountain. Then the old woman from the ovens appears with a loaf and, seeing the dance of the jar, smiles the kind of smile that turns edges round. "Put it here," she says, and points to a third place neither had considered. That way, both of you can be right, and the jar can be happy. The couple laughs, embarrassed and relieved. They thank her, and when she leaves, he leans closer and says, "We could have asked the jar." She answers, "It already spoke." We weren't listening. The joke dissolves what was never meant to, harden. Some afternoons, they walk to the market together, a small coin of time spent on errands and glances. He lingers over a stand of copper needles he does not need. She examines baskets as if she could hear their future sighs. At the stall where perfumes are sold, the merchant lifts a tiny vial and lets a drop fall onto the bride's wrist. "Lotus and honey," he says, proud as a father. She rubs it gently and offers her pulse to the groom not as an invitation, but as a question. "Do you recognize me today?" He nods, a little undone by the simplicity of being asked. Their neighbors become a kind of chorus. The carpenter watches the husband carry reeds and says to his apprentice, "A man walks different when someone waits at home." The girl from the ovens teases the bride about a smudge of flour on her cheek that appears whether she bakes or not. The old woman, passing by at dusk, leaves a small clay bowl on their step. Inside it, dried figs wrapped in a twist of reed. No card, no speech, just the kindness of someone who remembers how sweet and tiring newness can be. At night, when the lamp is lowered to a coin of light, they speak in the language that suits them best, not lofty talk, but small exchanges polished by use. He tells her how the field smelled after the first cut, green and damp, as if the earth had opened a window. She tells him how the oven made a sound like rain when a loaf pulled clean from the wall. He admits he worries about the tax this season. She answers that she worries about nothing and everything. Between their words, breaths meet and agree to keep going. Once, a stranger passes through the village, a trader from a place where women do not walk beside their husbands in the evening. He watches the couples by the river, puzzled. He asks a fisherman if there is no shame here in such displays. The fisherman shrugs and says, "What are you seeing? Two people sharing shade." The trader laughs uneasily and shakes his head, as if a puzzle has given up on being solved. Meanwhile, on the path, the young couple pauses to watch a kingfisher flare blue over the water, then says nothing, because some colors are better kept in the eye than sent through the mouth. There are moments of gentle boldness, too. One morning the groom brings a strip of linen dyed a pale green with malachite and asks if she will line the shelf with it. "It will catch the light," he says, a little clumsy. She knows what he is offering, not a shelf, but a place made beautiful because she will look at it often. She smooths the cloth with her palm, and the shelf moves from useful to lovely in a single long breath. That evening she grinds a little more malachite and draws a fine line along her eyelids, and when he notices, he pretends to search the room for the source of the new brightness before letting his eyes return to hers. When the first small rain of the season freckles the dust, they stand under the awning and reach out their hands. The drops are large and few, like coins scattering on a table. He says the smell reminds him of his childhood. She says it smells like bread just before it decides to rise. They look at each other, surprised by the shared metaphor the world has thrown at them. In a place where water is a god's handwriting, to stand together in a short rain is a blessing that needs no priest. In time, their gestures begin to mean more than themselves. When he leaves in the morning, he touches the door frame twice, once for the house, once for her. When she sweeps, she lifts the broom against the grain in one small corner, a tiny rebellion that makes him laugh when he notices. She hangs her necklace on the same peg every night so that, in the morning, he can hand it to her and pretend to be the servant of a queen. He carves a shallow notch in the windowsill, not to mark a height, but to mark a day when she said yes to something small and therefore large. If you were to pass their home at dusk, you would not see a spectacle. You would see two silhouettes, sometimes close, sometimes not, framed against the modest rectangle of a doorway. You would hear the unremarkable sounds of a neighbor's life, a bowl set down, a laugh caught, a quiet word like there or now. And yet, to the people inside, these sounds are the alphabet of a new language. Each day they learn to spell each other a little better. The ancient poets, whose lines drifted through courtyards long before this couple found each other, understood such beginnings. They wrote of voices that tasted like wine, of lips that taught the heart to forget its carefulness, of eyes that could unfasten a day's knots without a knife. Those poems survive on papyrus and shards because people kept them near, on shelves, in pockets, on the tongues of those who went to the river with jars at dawn. The couple may never write their own lines for others to find, but their days are a poem anyway, composed in plain words and patient timing. One night, lanterns move along the lane like small moons. A neighbor's child is ill, and the village draws close without being called. The couple goes, bringing a jar of cool water and a strip of linen soaked in mint. They sit with the family, speaking little, letting their presence work a quiet cure, the way a hand on the shoulder eases a breath. When the child settles and the room relaxes, the bride looks at the groom and sees not only the boy from the river, not only the man from the fields, but the person she will sit beside in 100 rooms when fear comes and needs a place to tire itself out. It is a new seeing, softer than desire, stronger than liking. She files it with her polished stone and her blue lotus and her line on the shard. A treasure that will not clink in a chest, but will buy them many mornings. By late night, when the village falls fully into the arms of sleep, the house resembles a small boat tied to the bank. The lamp becomes a star. The mat becomes a deck. The walls become a shoreline that promises safety, but does not forbid voyaging. He turns once, and she shifts, and their knees find each other, as if guided. The air smells faintly of myrrh, oil, and breadcrumb. Somewhere beyond the wall, a dog sighs. Somewhere farther, the river clears its throat and keeps talking. What began as shy glances has become something steadier, the habit of kindness, the luxury of being ordinary together. In a world that asks for labor and obedience, that humbles pride with taxes and heat, affection is not a rebellion shouted in the square. It is a hand offered at the riverbank, a shelf lined in green, a flower afloat in a bowl, a jar placed where both of you were right all along. Contracts whisper promises of fairness and care. By late morning, the square has traded the clang of tools for the hush of business. Heat shimmers above the packed earth, and shade pools where awnings stretch from wall to wall. A scribe's mat lies just inside one such shade, its edges weighted with smooth river stones. Beside him, a low table holds a reed palette stained with black and red, a jar of water for wetting the ink, a roll of papyrus that looks like a pale river coiled to rest. People come and go with the same contained purpose they bring to mills and ovens. The work of fairness is work too. A woman arrives with her father and an aunt. She carries a linen bundle whose careful knots reveal more gravity than its smallness suggests. Inside are glossed bracelets of shell and copper, 2 folded garments, a spindle whorl polished by decades of fingers. The aunt keeps her palm flat on the bundle, as though to quiet a heartbeat. The scribe greets them without ceremony. He has written many such agreements. He knows the way a family's future waits inside a single morning. Across the square, the young husband from our threshold story lingers, pretending to weigh a coil of rope. His new wife stands a few steps away, bargaining for oil with a merchant whose laugh keeps escaping even when he tries to be stern. They have come not for their own contract. That was inked in a smaller room 2 evenings after she crossed his doorway. But because, in a village, one household's business is a chorus to another's, you learn your rights by watching others claim theirs. The scribe wets his reed pen. The first lines come smooth, practice guiding hand. The names of the parties, the witness list, the date told in the temple's calendar and the river's mood. He lists the items the woman brings, the bracelets, the garments, the spindle whorl, and then the words that matter most, quiet as a blessing. These remain hers. The father nods once, as if a stone in his chest could finally roll a hand's width closer to rest. The aunt's fingers loosen on the bundle. The scribe continues, where the household will be kept, what grain the husband must provide each month, what oil and linen are due in the feast seasons, what silver or measure of barley will be owed if the bond should come apart. He writes it the way he would write a storehouse inventory, but the ink carries more than numbers. It carries a promise that a woman will not become less than she is when she becomes a wife. Not far away, an older couple sits on a low bench, the woman's veil loose because the day is still kind to shade. They have been married decades. Their hands lie open, palm up, as if the world had asked them to show their calluses as proof of citizenship. She once signed a contract like the one unfolding now, not with a flourish, because her name is kept in the scribe's hand, but with a witness's nod and the weight of her bundle placed firmly before the law. When her mother died, property passed to her directly. A narrow strip of land by the fig trees, a storage jar with a seal she kept intact for years, a set of measuring cups whose rims have become the gospel of her kitchen. She sold 1 field in a thin year without asking permission. One of those decisions the village repeats when it wants to remember what strength looks like without armor. At the scribe's table, the business pauses for a drink of water. The new bride's aunt leans toward the younger woman with something like humor flickering under her worry. "A marriage is a jar," she says, eyeing the ink as if it were oil. "Fill it with good things while you can, and when it cracks, catch what spills with both hands." The scribe pretends not to hear, though a smile runs along his mouth like a fish skimming the river line. He has seen jars crack and jars mend. He has written the words for each. The young wife from our story studies the scene the way one studies a loom, how the warp of law holds the weft of affection. She remembers her own small ceremony, the aunt's thumb pressed into the wax seal, the scribe naming aloud what would remain hers, the old woman from the ovens standing as witness with flour still dusting her knuckles. That night, when the lamp was low, the bride had set the folded contract beneath the chest, not because she expected to need it, but because the nearness steadied her like a tucked-in coverlet. To have a paper under your house is to sleep better. Sometimes the contract's strength shows not in a courtroom, but in a kitchen. A neighbor whose husband grew ill last season buys sesame oil from a passing trader without consulting anyone but her purse. Her children do not go hungry. Another woman, left a widow after floodwaters' careless hand, lists her field with the overseer, hires boys for harvest, and pays them with barley and the clear authority of the owner's voice. No one asks where the man of the house is. The contract has already told them. Of course, not all promises float on calm water. Mid-afternoon, when the sun's weight presses lids half closed and even flies move slower, a measured disagreement reaches the scribe's mat. A husband and wife arrive with a brother-in-law who looks carved from impatience. No voices rise. This is not a lane argument. But urgency shines like heat around metal. The woman speaks first, hands folded politely. The grain allowance named in her contract has not been met these past 2 months. The store jars are honest, and so is she. The husband does not deny it. Work went poorly, he says. The overseer paid late. The granaries upriver closed 2 days for repairs. He offers an apology that does not leak and proposes a remedy. Double measure next month, with a small jar of honey now as a pledge of goodwill. The scribe listens, a weaver testing threads. He writes the addendum, seals it with river clay, and taps it with the husband's sign. The wife nods once, her gratitude tidy and complete. On her way past our young couple, she greets them as if to say, "This is how a wall stands without becoming a prison, with mortar mixed of fairness and witness. There are harder endings, though even these in Egypt wear dignity like a shawl." Toward evening, when the square has begun to lean toward shadows, a woman arrives with her mother, 2 friends, and a calm that has clearly been practiced. She has chosen to leave her marriage. The scribe does not blink, neither does the law. He reads the old contract aloud, the way a priest reads familiar prayers, not to persuade, but to remind. He notes what returns with her, the bracelets, the garments, the spindle whirl, the small chest itself. He records the settlement, a third share of what the couple gained together, measured fairly as grain, oil, small goods, to be delivered within the month. The husband appears, not shouting, not pleading, only solemn. He places 2 jars of barley at the scribe's feet to begin the count, and because the contract names it plainly, he acknowledges that the children will remain with their mother. On certain days, he will bring oil and sweet cakes. On certain days, he will teach the boy to mend a net and the girl to carve a toy bird. The scribe's pen moves like an oar in steady water. The witnesses mark their names. The woman leaves with her mother, possessions intact, face unbroken. The village will talk, because villages do. But in their talk, a note of respect sounds under the curiosity. Fairness has habits here. That night, by a lamp whose flame keeps its own counsel, our young couple unrolls their contract and reads it again, the way some lovers reread poems. The terms are not romantic, and yet the steadiness of them works like balm. He traces the line that pledges grain, as if the letters themselves could feed her. She touches the list of her belongings and smiles at the spindle whirl, warmed by the thought of future cloth. They put the sheet away and sit with mugs of beer that taste faintly of date and work. "It is odd," he says softly, "that a promise can live on a page." She answers, "It is odd that a day can live in a loaf." They do not press the metaphor. They let it sit on the table between them like another cup. In the weeks that follow, the contract's quiet presence keeps showing up where no one would expect law to matter, and yet law, is what keeps the water clear. A cousin borrows a jar of oil and returns it dense and heavy, as promised, because promises are the currency of neighbors. A merchant tries to change a price at the scale. The bride, who has watched the scribe's patient fairness, tips the beam back with a look that says, "We are both seen." A mother advises her daughter to keep a small inventory of her own goods in a neat list tied with string. The girl practices writing the names by lamplight, her letters straight as reeds. The old woman from the oven speaks of fairness the same way she speaks of yeast. "You can't see it working," she tells a circle of younger wives as they wait for bread to loosen from the wall. "But if it isn't there, everything is flat." It is not sweetness, it is lift. They nod, remembering contracts like warm hands under dough. She wipes flour on her hip and adds, "A man who gladdens his wife's heart will not need a witness often." The line is not hers originally. Wisdom never is. It has traveled through households the way good recipes do, changing pots, but not flavor. Our young husband learns the line by living it. He leaves a measure of grain, not only because the scribe would ask, but because the look on his wife's face when she counts the jars settles something in him that no compliment ever has. He brings oil when he can, not as tribute, but as punctuation at the end of a day's sentence. He sees her sell a small cloth she wove and feels not threatened, but relieved, as a roof beam feels when a new pillar is set under it. Fairness, he begins to understand, is not the absence of burden. It is the sharing of it until it becomes breathable. One afternoon, a traveling singer reaches the square, and a small crowd gathers as much for shade as for song. Between verses about kings and gods, which everyone enjoys the way one enjoys weather far away, he sings a shorter piece about a marriage that survived 3 thin years because the husband measured grain with a generous hand and the wife kept a ledger that forgave small delays when the effort was honest. The refrain is soft. A fair scale is a warm bed. People laugh, not because the line is clever, but because it is true enough to belong to them already. Sometimes, too, fairness is the quiet companion of grief. A woman whose husband has gone to the west, that is the way the village names death, as if it were a journey to an inevitable shore, comes to the scribe with eyes that have forgotten how to blink. He unrolls the old contract, reads the lines about inheritance, and writes the transfer of property with a tenderness that does not leak into pity. The field becomes hers to tend or to sell. The storage jars take their place under her seal. The household, already carried by her hands, now carries her name as well. She goes home less alone than she arrived, though the empty mat will still be its own country. The contract cannot warm her feet. It can keep them on the ground. Toward the end of this long, bright day, the scribe rinses his reed and caps the ink. His hand is smudged, his back stiff. He looks across the square where life has arranged itself again into a familiar pattern. Baskets, laughter, bargaining, a child dragging a long shadow for the pleasure of watching it ripple over stones. He knows that none of them will think of him when they eat bread tonight, or when they set oil to flame, or when they lie down beside the one who shares their breathing. He also knows his work will be there in the background, the way a good beam disappears into a roof that does not fall. At home, our couple shares the mild luxury of a breeze that finds the window with uncharacteristic ambition. The lamp smells faintly of sesame. The blue lotus in the bowl has grown tired. The groom replaces it with a fresh stem he cut by the river on his way home. He does not say he did it because he wanted to, or because men in songs do such things, or because contracts and grain and ledgers are not the only forms of care. He simply sets the flower afloat and sits. She, who knows the shape of his day by the tilt of his shoulders, lifts the contract again for a moment, runs a finger along its edge, and slides it back. Between them, the promise of fairness and the habit of affection take turns being the pillow and the blanket. The law gives their love a frame. Their love gives the law a reason. Outside, the river keeps its counsel. Inside, two people who once stood shyly in a doorway now lean their foreheads together over a bowl of lentils and talk about nothing in particular, which is often what happiness sounds like. Even in love, voices sometimes rise, then fall into silence. The Nile Valley is not always gentle. Some days the sun presses too heavy. Some years the river swells too far. Some households buckle under the weight of too many mouths and too few jars. And just as fields suffer weeds, marriages too grow patches of strain. It is not the stormy sort of quarrel you find in tales sung for drama. Here, discord arrives in smaller shapes, a tone too sharp, a gesture left unfinished, a silence that lingers long enough to sting. One late afternoon, the village square has mostly emptied. The work of the day is done, ovens cooling, animals tethered, lamps waiting to be lit. A husband and wife stand outside their home, voices low but sharp as chipped flint. He speaks of a tax due to the overseer, grain counted short, blame placed on her careful measure. She answers with patience at first, then with irritation when patience seems wasted. The jars are honest, the measures fair. Their words cut narrow paths through the dust, circling the same ground without moving forward. Neighbors glance up as they pass, but no one steps in. This is not cruelty. It is respect. Each household must tend its own fire, even when it smokes. Inside another home, conflict simmers without noise. A wife tends her loom, her shuttle moving fast enough to disguise her mood. Her husband sits nearby, repairing a wooden stool, pretending not to notice her silence. The threads slap harder against the beam than usual, each one an accusation she refuses to voice. He clears his throat, mutters about needing a new tool, but she does not answer. This quarrel is about nothing as simple as grain or jars. It is about attention, about the quiet loneliness that can creep in even when two people share a roof. The room grows thick with unspoken words, heavier than smoke, until finally he lays the stool aside and crosses to her. Without a speech, he steadies the loom with both hands, not to help but to show he sees. The shuttle slows. The silence thins. Not every conflict ends with victory. Some end with recognition. The wisdom texts of Egypt offer counsel for such moments. In one, a father advises his son, "If you are a man of standing, love your wife as is fitting. Fill her belly, clothe her back, make her heart glad as long as you live." It is not poetry in the way love songs are poetry, but it is a reminder carved from common clay. A household lasts longer when kindness is given as steadily as bread. The young men laugh at such words when they first hear them, but later, when their wives' faces harden into silence, they remember and understand. There are nights when tempers burn hotter than lamps. A man, weary from poor harvest, snaps at his wife for serving lentils again instead of fish. She bristles, her day already full of grinding and carrying, of children's demands. Words fly, harsh and quick, until the children withdraw into corners, wide-eyed. Then, suddenly, the fight breaks not with resolution, but with exhaustion. Both fall silent, backs turned. The lamp gutters. In the dark, the house holds its breath. Morning will soften them. Bread will be broken. Apologies may arrive in gestures rather than words. A jar filled without asking. a cloth folded neatly. Egypt's marriages survive not because quarrels never happen, but because forgiveness becomes as regular as sunrise. Sometimes reconciliation is helped by the community itself. A neighbor who hears raised voices may stop by the next day with a jar of beer, not to scold, but to share. The act itself, simple and wordless, offers a reminder. You are part of something larger. Your struggles are not unseen. In one case, an older woman, flour still smudging her arms, steps into a young couple's dispute over water jars. With a laugh, she shifts the vessel to a different spot and says, "The jar will choose its own place if you let it." The quarrel dissolves into laughter, the sting forgotten in the warmth of shared amusement. Outsiders rarely interfere, but when they do, it is with the gentleness of someone who knows quarrels are only weeds, not trees. There are, of course, deeper conflicts. A wife who longs for children feels sorrow sharpen when month after month brings none. Her husband grows quiet, ashamed though he has done no wrong. They begin to speak less, afraid of spilling their ache into each other's ears. At the temple, they offer figs and prayers to Hathor, to Taweret, to Bes. They wait together as though watching for a bird that will not land. Their silence is a conflict too, but one born not of anger, but of yearning unmet. In such homes, love must shift into endurance, and endurance into love again. The Egyptians knew that not every quarrel could be smoothed with honey and patience. Divorce was not shameful here, though it was sorrowful. When a household grew too heavy with conflict, the law allowed parting. Women left with their dowries and often more. Children stayed with mothers, and men remarried in time. It was not scandal, but another kind of harvest. When the field fails, you sow again elsewhere. Yet even in separation, fairness mattered. Witnesses signed, grain was measured, possessions listed carefully. Conflict did not erase respect. And still, most quarrels did not end in parting. Most dissolved into the ordinary forgiveness of daily life. A husband scolds too harshly. Later he brings a lotus flower from the riverbank. A wife snaps while weaving. That night she leaves an extra slice of fish by his mat. Words wound, but gestures heal, and the village learns to read affection not in speeches, but in these small reparations. The Nile floods and recedes. Tempers rise and fall. What matters is that when the water pulls back, the soil is richer. Even children notice how conflicts bend but do not break. A boy listens to his parents argue, then sees them share bread that evening. He carries the lesson without knowing it. Love is not the absence of anger, but the return to laughter after it. A girl watches her mother's sharp glance soften into a touch on her father's arm. She learns that forgiveness can be silent, but its strength is visible. These children will grow into their own marriages, carrying the memory that quarrels are not endings, but pauses in the long song of a household. As the night deepens, the village grows quiet again. Behind walls, couples lie close or apart, breaths mingling or separate, hearts cooling from the heat of words. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent, steady. The Nile flows on, unconcerned by quarrels in mud-brick homes. Yet within those walls, something important has happened. Tempers have flared, but doors remain closed against the night. Mats still shared, futures still entwined. Conflict has visited, as it always will, and left behind not ruin, but a clearer shape of endurance. Along the Nile, affection flows openly and calm. Twilight folds itself over the river, the way a shawl settles on familiar shoulders. The day's heat loosens its grip. The air tastes faintly of silt and date wine. Lamps wink awake one by one along the banks. Small planets strung low to guide the evening's quiet traffic. Fishermen easing their nets. Children hunting shadows. Elders choosing a smooth stone for sitting. Couples drift into the hour as naturally as the egrets step into the shallows, without excuse, without apology, simply because the light invites gentleness. Our young pair leaves their doorway with the unhurried confidence of people who have learned the village's nighttime script. He touches the jam twice, once for the house, once for her. And she smiles the smile she keeps for moments when a habit becomes a promise. They do not make a show of closeness. They do not need to. His hand finds the small of her back, only to guide her past a jut of sandstone. Her fingers rest at his wrist when the path narrows. Their ease is as ordinary as the water itself, and therefore, beloved. Everywhere, affection walks without a mask. A wife adjusts her husband's headcloth. A husband flicks a beetle from his wife's hem, as if he were smoothing the day's last wrinkle. Teenagers, still bewildered by the sudden strength of their own hearts, pass a lotus between them and pretend they are discussing price. An old couple follows the same loop they've walked for decades. 3 palm trees, the ferry post, the reed raft tied to a sun-warmed peg. They do not speak at first. They do not need to. Their steps have learned to converse. Firelight from cooking pits throws brief, patient aureoles over this procession of ordinary tenderness. The light catches bracelets, collarbones, laughing teeth, the shine of malachite at an eyelid. In its glow, gestures lengthen. The hand that would have waved becomes a touch to the forearm. The nod becomes a lean toward the ear. The glance becomes arresting. If affection were water, this is the hour when it overflows its jar and stains the table in a way no one thinks to wipe. Near the ferry post, a small crowd has gathered around a storyteller whose voice stays low, the volume of a secret offered willingly. He is speaking not of kings or battles, but of the first lovers the gods ever blessed. How Isis found Osiris even after the world tried to hide him. How she pieced him back together, with hands that worked like prayers. How love refused to be taught fear. The couples listening do not sigh or applaud. They simply move a little closer to the ones beside them, as if the story had reminded their bodies of a position they already knew. A foreign trader stands at the edge of this scene, knuckles white on the strap of his satchel. He is from a place where wives stay indoors, and affection is a coin spent in shadow. He watches a young husband tie a ribbon of linen at his wife's neck, quick and sure, then step back to admire the knot as if it were a well-made joint in a beam. The trader turns to his guide, frowns. "No shame?" he asks in his own language. The guide, who sells blue stones and calls every stranger friend, shrugs with a kindness that disappoints no one. "You are seeing shade," he says. We are standing, in evening. Our couple reaches the wide bend, where the river slows to admire itself. The bank here is set like a low amphitheater, worn by generations of talk. Children are sent on sudden errands, so that adults can smile at each other with both hands free. Friends call out, then do not interrupt. The young husband sits. The young wife sits close enough for warmth, far enough for wind. He points toward a fisherman whose net opens like a silk flower and closes like good sense. She points toward a star that seems determined to bring its reflection close to shore. Their shoulders touch. The contact says only, "We saw that together." A painter from the tomb workshop has come to the river to rest his eyes after a day of making eternity behave on plaster. He stares at the couples because his work tomorrow is to paint what lasts, and here the lesson is walking around at a manageable height. In the workshop this morning, he sketched two figures standing with arms around each other's waists, noses touching, the gesture that says kiss in a language that prefers symbols to explanations. The foreman had nodded. Keep the hands tender, he'd said, and the eyes equal. The painter had smiled to hear it stated so plainly. Hands tender, eyes equal. He watches now as a woman's thumb travels an easy arc along her husband's knuckles. He memorizes the curve. When he returns to the tomb wall, he will give the pair in paint that same small mercy. Down at the waterline, a boatman has moored his skiff and laid out cushions. It is not a business, not tonight. It is an invitation. Couples step in, one pair at a time, and the boat noses along the reeds like a docile animal that knows the path. The boatman's oar keeps time against the hull. Tap, hush, tap. A wife rests her head against her husband's shoulder and closes her eyes as if listening to a favorite story being retold by the river. A husband traces the callus on his wife's palm with a fingertip, honors the bread, the loom, the jars carried, the children comforted. No words, none needed. The boat learns all the names for gratitude and says them back as ripples. A scribe, off-duty and content, walks with his wife and pretends he does not carry a reed pen even now inside his sleeve. He repeats a line from a love poem because a line from a love poem is the sort of burden a man is happy to carry openly here. When I kiss her, and her lips open, I am drunk, without beer. His wife shakes her head at the folly of men who believe they invented desire, then leans in to taste the line on his mouth. He laughs softly into her hair. People pass and do not look away, do not stare. This is not spectacle. It is a birthright exercised with restraint and joy. The openness startles some visitors not because it is bold, but because it is gentle. There is no bragging here, no daring meant to impress. A girl loops her arm through her beloved's and then forgets it is looped. A man brings his wife a fig, and then remembers to choose the riper one for her. The foreigner, still perplexed, makes a note to tell his city that Egypt behaves backward, that women walk freely and men smile at them publicly, that poems are recited in courtyards where anyone might hear. If he stays a week, he will soften. If he stays a season, he will buy a blue stone and ask the seller how to say beloved so it will sound correct when he finally says it out loud. From the workshops beyond the palms, a low music tumbles out. A frame drum stroked with the flat of a hand. A reed flute threading between heartbeats. Couples turn slowly under the open sky. Not a dance meant for performance, but a walk with a curve in it. A way of explaining to the night that two bodies have agreed. The painter watches this too, and decides to give the next pair he renders a sliver of movement in the hems of their linen. Enough to hint that the stillness of the afterlife includes the memory of evening breezes. Our old woman from the ovens appears at the path's edge with a basket that smells of cardamom and heat. She hands small rolls to whomever's palm looks ready to close around something warm. When the young wife receives hers, she breaks it in half automatically and gives the larger piece to her husband, then pretends not to see him slip a corner back into her hand. Make her heart glad, the old woman murmurs to no one in particular, quoting a wisdom text as if it were a recipe. That is the remedy. The couples who hear it nod as though the line were written in the sky. A boy, curious and relieved by what the world is willing to show him, asks his father why people touch so much in the evening. The father lifts the boy onto his hip, the easier to whisper truth into an ear, still young enough to believe it, and says, "Because the day is long, because the work is heavy, because the gods like to see what they made acting as if life were worth making. The boy thinks about this for 3 steps and then reaches for his mother's hand, which is, in fact, the whole lesson. At the far end of the promenade, where the bank rises into a small cliff, a mason sits with his feet in cool sand and shapes a heart amulet from carnelian. Not the pink heart that came later in another part of the world, but the Egyptian heart, the seat of will, desire, and memory. He buffs it with a cloth until it holds a light of its own. He intends to sell it to a husband who will tuck it beneath a pillow, or a wife who will stitch it into a sash, not as a secret, but as a steadying weight. The mason has noticed what the painter noticed, what the boatman knows, what the old woman carries like yeast in a bowl. Tenderness is not rare here. It is expected, and what is expected becomes easy, and what is easy becomes steady. A gentle shock arrives the quiet way shocks prefer in these parts. Out on the boat, an elderly pair step in at last, refusing the oar with a look that says, "Let the young attend to their own oars. They sit, and the river does the rest." Their hands meet in the middle of the cushion, then rest, fingers interlaced. The boatmen and a dozen watchers notice that their thumbs move in unison, a tiny rocking, the way a mother soothes a child. The motion is as old as grief, as new as joy. The painter stares and begins to cry without knowing he has started. The foreigner, who meant to scoff, feels his throat go tight. Our young couple take hands without ceremony and find their own thumbs making the same small motion, as if the gesture were a language everyone is born knowing but forgets, until someone older speaks it softly again. Later, beneath a sky shined to bone by starlight, people begin to walk home. The openness shuts nothing out. It simply lifts the latch for privacy when privacy is ready to return. Doorways reclaim silhouettes, lamps drowse. The river lies back down and resumes being the god that has always pretended to be only water. The painter carries his curves and thumbs home to the wall. The mason slips the heart amulet into a small linen pouch. The old woman leaves her last roll on the step of a house where 2 voices had sounded strained earlier. In the morning, they will find it and know what to do. In their small room, our couple sits side by side, feet touching the cool floor, the blue lotus in its bowl doing the work of a star too humble to be noticed. He tells her that the foreign man looked perplexed. She says that sometimes a person must unlearn his own country to stand comfortably in another. He laughs, and the laugh becomes a yawn, and the yawn an arm extended to pull her closer. "Hands tender," she says, thinking of the painter. "Eyes equal," he answers, thinking of the wall that will live beyond both of them. They decide not to light the lamp again. The dark does not ask for apology. It knows their shapes by heart. If someone were to ask what makes this place different, why affection walks in public without turning coarse, why love poetry is read where millet is sold, why painters are allowed to make eternity look like evening, the answer might be as simple as a curve of a thumb. The Egyptians trusted the slow drama of touch. They believed a marriage measured itself not in declarations, but in the faithful repetition of small gestures. Bread divided, flowers floated, jars carried, wrists brushed, shoulders offered when the path dips. This is the theater of their affection, performed nightly without tickets. And on the tomb walls, which are made to outlast the fickle breath of history, the couples keep standing together, arms around waists, noses touching, hands tender, eyes equal. The painter has added that sliver of motion in the hymns. If the dead wake to find themselves motionless, they will at least remember, by the grace of paint, how it felt to walk at the river's edge, with someone who knew the weight of their day and chose to share it. Women's voices sing desire as boldly as men's. Morning enters like a careful guest, setting down its light on the threshold and waiting to be invited the rest of the way in. In the lane, a broom whispers across dust. At the corner, a potter rolls a coil of clay against his thigh, coaxing it long and even. Somewhere a lyre is being tuned, the string's shy complaint sliding into a note that means the day intends to have music. It is a fitting prelude, because today, the village will remember a truth as old as the river's first bend. Love here is a duet, and both voices carry. A girl walks to market with a shard in her hand, an ostracon smoothed by time and pocket. On it, in neat, dark strokes, she has written a line that feels like a secret she nevertheless hopes will be found. 7 days since I saw my beloved, and my limbs have forgotten themselves. She does not read it aloud. She doesn't need to. The words have been singing under her breath for 3 mornings, keeping pace with the broom, the grindstone, the path to the river. When she reaches the oil cellar, she slips the shard under the edge of his scale, a weight of meaning to hold the price steady. He notices, grins, and taps the pan as if to say, "Desire is legal tender here." Across the square, a young man waits for his turn at the scribe's mat and copies onto a scrap the line he cannot keep inside any longer. When she laughs, beer becomes unnecessary. He is not a poet by trade, only by condition. He tucks the scrap into his sash, intending to pretend later that he found it on the wind and decided to deliver it. Men have always been brave in such roundabout ways. But it is the women's voices that surprise a traveler passing through. Surprise not for their daring, but for their lack of apology. At a stall heaped with beads, 2 sisters try on color the way dawn tries on sky. One says, turning her wrist to test a glimmer, "He is carved from stubbornness. I will soften him with blue." The other lifts a string of faience and says, "If I wear this, my mother will say it's too much, and he will say it is not enough. This is how I will measure them." They laugh with the conspiratorial relief of those who have named a truth and made it friendly. The traveler, from a place where women's desire stays indoors, blinks as if adjusting to light. Desire in this village is not the surge and clang of a war song. It is the steady drum of a work chant, the lyric folded into ordinary tasks. The girl at the millstone sings as she grinds, not of absence, but of arrival. Come through my doorway as the Nile comes through reeds. Sure, quiet, welcomed by everything that drinks. Her mother hears the tune and does not hush it. Instead, she sings the answering line, older and lower, and may your feet remember where the cool places are. 2 parts, 1 song, mortar and pestle, hunger and bread. At midday, when heat sits like a patient animal in every doorway, a group gathers under an awning with cups of thick beer sweating into cool sand. Someone suggests a game. Love songs traded by turns, men and women answering one another, each line a reed offered, each reply a reed woven through. A scribe begins with a verse he learned on temple walls and made human again. Your voice is pomegranate wine to me. A woman with flower on her sleeves catches the cue and counters, not bowed, not bold, just true. Then speak again. I thirst, and the jar is near. The circle hums, no one claps. Applause would be a noise too blunt for something this precise. Our young wife, the one who floats lotus in a shallow bowl and keeps a polished stone by the lamp, sits with her friends and lets herself be carried. She has written lines in private, tucked behind wicks and under folded linen. Today she tries one aloud, voice steady as a measuring cup. When he returns, the door knows first. It loosens its shoulders. Gentle laughter ripples. The older woman from the ovens wipes at her eye with the back of a floured hand as if smoke had bothered her. A fisherman, grinning, offers his refrain. And the floorboards remember how to hold both sets of footsteps. Around the circle, the poem enlarges to fit everyone who has ever listened for a familiar step. If the traveler expects scandal, he will not find it. He will find accuracy. He will hear a girl sing without coyness. Your arms are shade. Your mouth is dates. Your eyes unfasten the day's knots, and a boy follow without swagger. Your hands teach mine to be careful. He will learn that desire spoken plainly is less dangerous than desire forced into disguise. Here, modesty has nothing to fear from truth. In the afternoon, the scent sellers do a brisk trade, because poetry thins the distance between word and skin. Cones of scented fat, myrrh, cinnamon, lotus, are set on wigs and melt slow as a long thought. A woman dabs kaifi at her throat, and later, when she leans to speak to the man she chose by degrees and glances, the words arrive wrapped in a fragrance that has its own vocabulary. He is not foolish enough to think the scent is for him alone. He is wise enough to receive it as if it were. Desire shows itself in craft, too. A jeweler sits cross-legged, eyes narrowed against light, and carves a tiny figure of Hathor from blue faience, the goddess's ears soft with kindness. He means to sell it to a girl whose patience is a garden, and to a boy whose pride is a ladder. He will wrap it in linen and explain nothing. If asked, he will say, "This keeps breadth in the house." He does not mean air. He means room for two wills without collision. He has learned that where desire is allowed to speak, stubbornness learns a gentler tone. At the water's edge, a row of women rinse cloth, their voices threading between splashes. Stories surface without being summoned. Who sent a poem on a shard and received a date cake in reply? Who walked the evening path with hands at a respectful distance for 3 nights, and then dared the 4th to close the space? They do not trade secrets. They trade methods, recipes for bringing 2 lives to the same table without breaking the bowls. One says, "I asked him to show me the callus on his palm. He thought I wanted to count his labor. I wanted to learn its shape." Another says, "I told him to put the jar where he liked, and when he did, I moved the lamp so both our shadows fell together." The water carries these lines downstream, like prayers dropped carefully, so the gods will find them soaked and honest. It would be wrong to imagine all words easy, all desire welcomed. A woman, long married, lingers at the perfume stall and does not buy. Her husband has become a man of ledgers and thin smiles. She sings less now, not because her throat has forgotten, but because silence has become the path of least resistance. The seller offers her a vial unasked and says, "For your wrists, not your house." She takes it, and that night, when the mat sighs as bodies turn, she touches the scent to her skin and remembers that desire belongs to her whether or not anyone answers. In the morning, she hums a line while she grinds grain. Even alone, the river moves. No one hears but the pestle. It nods in its own way. There is humor in these songs too, because desire without play becomes a sermon, and the Egyptians prefer feasts. A boy sings, off-key but exuberant, "If you do not look at me, I will fall into the canal." And a girl replies, "Dry as good kindling, swim first. If you come back, perhaps I will look." Laughter eats the last word and pats the boy's shoulder as if to say, "Now try being interesting." The lesson lands without bruising. Our young husband listens, arms loose, mouth curved. He has been learning the economy of saying less and showing more. When it is his turn, he speaks a plain sentence that makes the elders lean forward just a little. When she works, I would rather watch than talk. It is not a boast. It is a blueprint. His wife, startled by being seen exactly as she hoped to be, answers with a line she had not meant to say aloud. When he is kind, my body grows deliberate. The old woman from the ovens makes a satisfied sound, the way she does when a loaf lifts on time. Toward evening, the circle yields to the promenade. Lovers, the new, the practiced, the resigned, walk the path that knows them all. The painter sits again to collect gestures for his wall. A woman's hand finding a man's elbow as if it were a rung. A man's shoulder lowering 1 inch as a woman steps beneath his arm, not from weakness, but because shade is a love language. He sketches quickly, murmuring the way craftsmen do when they are trying not to get in the way of what their hands understand. Above his lines he writes, so small only he will know it is there. Make the eyes equal. Tomorrow, when he paints a queen and her consort, he will give her gaze the same depth he gives his. Eternity does not suffer fools, neither does affection. A small shock comes wrapped in kindness, as they often do. A mother, widowed last spring, meets a man at the reed seller's stall. They talk about mats. They do not talk about nights. Yet when they part, she lifts her chin with a new angle, and he carries his reeds as if they were a garment chosen carefully. Later, by lamplight, the widow writes a line on an ostrakhan and places it near her sleeping child's head. I am not done with scent. No one will read it but the gods, and in the morning, herself. It is enough. Desire is not only for the young here. An elderly couple on their familiar loop pause at the fig tree. He reaches up with the patient inevitability of season and chooses the fruit that yields before it bruises. He opens it with thumbs that have split 1,000 figs, offers her the half with more seeds because he has always believed sweetness should go first where it began. She takes it and says, because there is still room for new lines. When you remember the small things, the large ones remember themselves. They stand, chewing quietly, the tree looking away out of courtesy. Night gathers, lamps breathe. The river changes from metal to velvet. In doorways and on low roofs, people repeat to themselves the lines that surprised them. The traveler, scholar that he is, copies as many as he can onto a sheet and will later tell his city that Egypt permits women to speak of longing and men to answer without armor. His students will doubt him. He will bring them a shard, and they will hold it as if it were a warm stone taken from a riverbed. Perhaps one of them will press it to his chest. Inside our couple's small room, the blue lotus has opened and begun its slow prayer to the night. She sets a fresh line under the lamp. When you set the flower afloat, the bowl begins to believe it is a lake. He laughs, then counters in a hand steadier than his voice. When you read to me, the wall thinks it is a horizon. They do not show the shards to anyone. They are not hiding. They are storing. Tomorrow, she will tuck hers under the folded linen. He will nest his beneath the contract that says fairness is the house's second name. The poems keep company with paper that promises grain, bread and love, ink and flour. It is a household's way of making sure no one starves. On the roof, where coolness finally recruits the skin to its cause, couples lie shoulder to shoulder, naming stars with the certainty of amateurs. A girl points to a bright cluster and says, "That one is my patience." A boy says, "That one is your stubbornness. See how it refuses to move." They grin in the dark, both correct. In a far courtyard, the old woman from the ovens hums the couplet that has shepherded 1,000 beds toward sleep. Make her heart glad. Oil is the remedy. She says it as if it were a lullaby. In this place, it is. What the poets wrote on papyrus has survived storms and careless centuries, but it would have survived anyway in kitchens and at riverbanks, in the way a hand finds a hand without asking for permission, from the mouth. Here, women name their want without shame, and men learn that answering it requires attention more than volume. Desire becomes not a fire to fear, but a lamp to tend, trimmed, refilled, lifted when the room needs it, shaded when the eye rests. The lamp in our couple's room lowers to a coin. The lotus bumps the bowl's side as if agreeing with something no one heard. Two breathing rhythms familiarize themselves again with the old duet. On the ostraca, ink dries into a quiet the gods will read tomorrow. Outside, the river says nothing clever. It simply goes on, which is the finest kind of love song. In every home, hope for children whispers softly. Morning stretches across the Nile Valley like a careful cloth laid over a table. The air holds the freshness of night still hiding in shaded corners, and the village stirs slowly. Chickens scratch in dust, a donkey brays, and children carry jars to fetch water before the sun grows too heavy. Yet beneath these ordinary motions, another rhythm hums. The quiet, persistent hope that each marriage will welcome children, that the house will grow wider with laughter and footsteps, that names will live again in smaller voices. In Egypt, the desire for children was no small matter. It was a foundation stone, one pressed as carefully into place as the first brick of a home. To be without offspring was to risk loneliness in old age and uncertainty in the afterlife, where sons and daughters were expected to speak prayers for their parents. And so, fertility was not just a private hope, but a communal concern, one that shaped rituals, prayers, and even the stories whispered across reed mats. At the edge of the village, a young couple kneel before a modest shrine to Hathor, the goddess of love, music, and birth. The wife lays down a small garland of lotus flowers she has gathered at dawn, their pale petals still carrying river scent. Her husband adds a loaf of barley bread, baked before the first roosters cry. Together, they whisper petitions not for wealth or fame, but for the child whose absence has begun to weigh on them like the unfilled space in a jar. Their hands touch briefly as they rise, each drawing strength from the other. Nearby, a group of women prepare birthing bricks, smooth clay blocks decorated with protective images of Taweret, the hippopotamus goddess who guarded women in labor. The bricks will be dried in the sun and stored until called upon. As they work, the women sing in low voices, a chant that has traveled down generations, words of protection, of endurance, of safe passage for both mother and child. Their rhythm is slow, like heartbeats finding a common tempo. Not all stories of fertility are simple or joyous. Some are marked by long waiting, by the sharp edge of disappointment dulled only by persistence. An older couple in the village, hair streaked with gray, once prayed for years with no answer. They consulted healers who offered herbs brewed bitter and dark. They wore amulets shaped like frogs and fish, symbols of life's abundance. Still, the cradle by their wall remained empty, yet their marriage endured. They turned their longing into care for nieces and nephews, into tending neighbors' children with patience, into a bond between themselves that grew steady as stone. Their neighbors saw in them not failure, but resilience, a love broadened rather than narrowed by absence. For those blessed with children, the home became a lively chorus. Fathers often took pride in carrying their infants in public, a mark of tenderness painted on tomb walls and etched in wisdom texts. Mothers held authority in guiding their households, teaching daughters to grind grain, to weave, to shape pottery, while sons followed fathers to fields or workshops. Childhood was not free from work, but it was wrapped in affection. The laughter of children was considered a blessing that balanced the household scales against hardship. Our familiar couple, still early in their marriage, often dream aloud of such sounds. She pictures a daughter learning to plait her hair. He imagines a boy tugging at his hand to hurry down the path. At night, by lamplight, they share these quiet visions. Sometimes they smile at each other's imagined details. She insists the child will have his patient eyes. He insists the child will carry her way of listening. In those soft exchanges, the absence becomes less like a wound and more like a promise waiting for its hour. The community helps shoulder these hopes. At festivals, women leave small offerings shaped like infants at Hathor's temple, tokens of longing and trust. Men, too, pray at shrines of Bez, the dwarf god who guards families, his grimacing face carved on household charms, meant to frighten away the unseen. Midwives, seasoned by dozens of births, offer both practical remedies and words wrapped in myth. One explains to a young bride that every birth is a gamble, but also a miracle. That even the gods leaned close to protect mothers in their hour of need. In the cool shade of afternoon, women gather by the river to wash linen and share stories of childbirth, their voices carrying across water in a mixture of cautionary tales and encouragement. One speaks of her long, difficult labor, soothed only when her mother pressed an amulet of Taweret into her palm. Another recalls the moment her child's first cry silenced every fear, a sound so sharp and sweet it seemed to pierce the veil between this world and the next. Each story is offered not just as memory, but as gift, so the younger women listening can tuck courage away for when their time comes. Even the architecture of tombs whispers of fertility's importance. Carvings show couples holding infants, families gathered in eternal company. These were not just portraits, but promises. That bonds formed in life would stretch into eternity. That parents and children would reunite in the field of reeds. To be depicted with children was to ensure one's legacy, one's prayers, one's name would not be lost in the sands of time. One evening, as our young wife tends her lotus bowl, she places beside it a small clay figurine shaped like a swaddled infant. She has molded it herself, not as an idol, but as a hope given physical form. Her husband finds it there and does not speak. He only places his hand gently over hers. The silence between them is not empty. It is filled with shared longing, with quiet courage, with the certainty that hope itself can be a kind of strength. And sometimes, often enough to keep hope alive, prayers are answered. A woman once barren for years wakes one morning with the strange, certain knowledge that her body carries new life. Her laughter that day becomes a story told across generations, proof that patience and persistence can coax blessings even when all seems settled otherwise. As night deepens, the village quiets. Couples close their doors, children curl into reed mats, the river sings its steady lullaby. Fertility, family, the dream of children. These are not burdens here, but natural threads woven into the fabric of life. Some threads glow bright, some remain faint, some fray and are rewoven, but all belong to the same cloth, stretched wide enough to cover hope and sorrow alike. Offerings and chants wove love into divine rhythm. Evening leans across the Nile with a familiar hand, its golden fingers brushing over water and rooftops, softening every corner of the village. The day's labor is finished. Jars are sealed. looms folded, animals tethered. Now comes the hour when people shift from work to reverence. It is not a sharp change, but a gentle turning, like the river itself adjusting its course around a sandbank. In this hour, marriages are remembered, honored, and drawn back into harmony with the gods, who are believed to witness every union. The Temple of Hathor sits at the village's edge, small but alive with scent and sound. Its mud brick walls are painted with faded scenes of cow-horned Hathor cradling human couples, her presence a reminder that love itself can be holy. As twilight deepens, villagers gather here carrying offerings, baskets of figs, jars of beer, strings of garlic, tiny figurines shaped from faience or clay. No marriage contract demands these gifts. No overseer counts them. They are offered freely, a chorus of gratitude for what is already shared at home, and a petition for what may come. Our familiar couple approaches hand in hand, their pace unhurried. She carries a small jar of honey, its lid wrapped tight with reed fiber. He bears a woven mat, a work of weeks, its pattern simple but strong. These are not grand gifts, but they carry meaning. Honey for sweetness, a mat for steadiness. At the temple doorway, they pause, touching the threshold, as if to introduce themselves politely before stepping into sacred space. Inside, the air is thick with incense. Kiffy smolders in clay burners, its scent a blend of myrrh, cinnamon, and wine, heady enough to blur the day's edges, grounding enough to remind worshippers of earth. A priest begins a chant, his voice low and steady, almost like the pulse of the river itself. The words are ancient, older than memory, yet each syllable settles into the body as though it were being spoken for the first time. The chant does not ask. It affirms, "May your house be wide. May your hearts be steady. May your names be remembered." Couples step forward in turn, placing their offerings at the goddess's feet. A woman with flour still on her arms lays down a loaf. A fisherman brings a net weighted with fresh catch. A childless pair offers 2 small clay birds, hoping flight will one day visit their own house. Each gift joins the others in a humble constellation, a map of longing and gratitude drawn without ink. The priest raises his arms, inviting Hathor's blessing. But the act is not one-sided. Villagers murmur their own words, voices overlapping in a gentle tide. Here a husband whispers thanks for his wife's patience. There a wife asks for her husband's health to hold through the harvest. These prayers are not written down, not proclaimed, but breathed into the temple air where they mix with incense and dust, where they rise like a soft mist the gods can hear without needing scribes. Outside, musicians wait to accompany the ritual's close. A drum begins first, its beat slow and regular, like footsteps returning home. A flute follows, weaving notes that seem to curl around the couples as they emerge from the temple. There is no sharp line between sacred and ordinary. The music bridges both, carrying blessing from the shrine into the street. The rhythm says plainly, "Carry this peace back to your hearth. Let it flavor your bread. Let it guard your sleep." Our couple lingers near the shrine after others depart. She traces a finger over a carved relief of Isis and Osiris, their hands entwined. The stone is cool, worn smooth by centuries of other fingers doing the same. Her husband watches, and though he says nothing, he feels the message settle into him. Endurance, fidelity, love that survives loss. Together they bow their heads, not in fear, but in recognition. They are small in the presence of eternity, and yet their bond is part of that eternity, carried forward by stories, by offerings, by simple gestures that echo far beyond their lives. Elsewhere in the village, Smaller rituals take place daily. A wife sprinkles water before her doorway at dawn, inviting purity and blessing into her home. A husband leaves a lotus on the mat beside his sleeping wife, a prayer in petals. Children watch these acts and learn without needing to be taught. Love is tended not only with words, but with rhythms repeated until they become second nature. Sometimes, blessings come from elders. A grandmother, seeing her granddaughter newly married, ties a red thread around her wrist and whispers, "For warmth and remembrance." An uncle, pouring beer for a nephew, adds a drop to the earth and mutters, "For your house, that it may stand." These are not formal ceremonies, but they bind as surely as contracts. They remind couples that their union is woven into the larger fabric of community, blessed by many hands and many voices. The ritual of blessing continues into stories told by lamplight. Myths of divine couples, Isis and Osiris, Hathor and Horus, Nut and Geb, are repeated not for spectacle, but as mirrors. Each tale shows human love reflected in divine patterns, loyalty tested, separation endured, reunion celebrated. By hearing these stories, couples find their own challenges placed in context, their own joys recognized as part of something eternal. One evening, after a long day, the old woman from the ovens visits the young couple's home. She carries with her a small oil lamp, plain and unadorned. Without asking, she lights it and sets it by their doorway. "For light that does not fade," she says simply, then leaves. No explanation is needed. The gesture itself is the blessing, one more thread woven into their life together. The Egyptians understood that rituals do not prevent hardship. Floods come, jars break, arguments flare. But rituals frame these struggles within meaning, turning accidents into lessons, setbacks into opportunities for renewal. By lighting incense, by laying down bread, by whispering prayers, couples reminded themselves that love was not fragile, but resilient, tied to forces larger than themselves. As the night deepens, the temple quiets. Incense burns down to ash, offerings rest in their places, and the priest lowers his arms. Couples return to their homes, carrying with them the faint scent of myrrh, the echo of chants, the steady pulse of drums. Inside their houses, lamps glow, bread is broken, children settle onto mats. The blessings spoken in the temple stretch like unseen hands over every roof, every heart. Every household leans gently on its neighbor's strength. The day begins not with a single voice, but with a chorus. From every corner of the village come small, ordinary sounds that join into a larger music. The pounding of grain against stone, the splash of water poured from jars, the bleating of goats tugging at their tethers. It is not noise, it is testimony. Each household rises into the day not alone, but in company. Marriage here, for all its intimacy, is never only two people bound together. It is a thread tied firmly into a wider weave of kin, neighbors, and friends. Without that web, the fabric frays. Step into the courtyard where women gather to grind grain. You will see not just flour rising in pale clouds, but stories passing from hand to hand. One wife leans forward to share her small victory. Her husband returned from the fields early and washed the jars without being asked. Another admits she and her husband quarreled, but found peace again when their child slipped between them at night. Demanding space neither could refuse. Laughter follows, not mocking but mending. In these exchanges, burdens lighten, pride finds balance, and each marriage receives in miniature the blessing of community approval. By midday the lanes grow quiet with heat, yet even silence is shared. Neighbors retreat indoors, mats spread in shaded rooms, doors left slightly open so breezes and help may enter. A child wandering too far will be guided back by any adult who notices. A jar dropped and shattered in one house often brings 2 or 3 neighbors with their own spare clay vessels offered without ceremony. To live here is to understand that no marriage bears its load in isolation. Every joy echoes outward. Every sorrow is cushioned by many hands. Our familiar couple has felt this web tighten gently around them more than once. When the wife fell ill one season, women from 3 houses away brought broth and herbs, taking turns sitting by her mat while her husband worked. No one spoke of repayment. The act itself was the currency. Later, when a neighbor's roof sagged under rain, the husband joined others in hauling reeds and clay, patching until the house stood steady again. These exchanges are not tallied. They are remembered, woven into the invisible ledger that keeps the village whole. Festivals make this interdependence visible in brighter colors. On feast days, marriages step out of private courtyards and into the square, where couples bring food not only for their own families, but for the collective table. Honey cakes, jars of beer, roasted fish, dates, all set out side by side, shared by all. Children weave between groups, their mouths sticky with treats, not from their own mother's hands, but from whichever hand is nearest. Couples who have argued still arrive, still sit together, because community reminds them that marriage belongs not only to 2 hearts, but to the life of the whole village. Evenings are perhaps the clearest mirror of this truth. As lamps flicker on, men gather in small groups to share news, tease one another, and offer advice drawn from hard-won experience. A husband frustrated by a quarrel at home finds perspective when an older man chuckles and says, "My wife once threw a pot into the river. We fished it out together the next day." The lesson is not hidden. Conflict does not disqualify love. Women, meanwhile, share space at ovens and looms, exchanging remedies, counsel, and humor. These communal spaces ensure that no couple feels stranded on an island of their own struggles. Community also provides accountability. A man who neglects his wife too openly may find neighbors raising their brows, their silence speaking louder than rebuke. A woman who mistreats her children may receive a visit from an elder, offering help wrapped in a story about someone else's mistake. Judgment here is rarely harsh, but it is steady, a reminder that love and duty ripple outward, affecting not only one household, but all. Our young couple, walking through these layers of connection, often marvels at how many lives thread through their own. On market days, he trades greetings with men who taught him to fish. She pauses to embrace women who once helped weave her bridal linen. Each gesture is small, yet together they form a lattice that steadies their marriage. Love here is not sheltered from the world, it is reinforced by it. Consider the funerals, too, where community's role becomes clearest. When a husband dies, neighbors gather to comfort the widow, bringing food, helping with children, reminding her through presence that she is not alone. When a wife passes, women wail in unison with the grieving husband, their voices rising as if to carry his sorrow upward. In such moments, the community's arms widen to hold those whose partners have slipped away, proving that even the end of marriage does not mean the end of belonging. At night, when the square quiets, it is possible to hear the deeper truth. Marriages are lived not only in bedrooms and kitchens, but in the broad daylight of shared courtyards, riverbanks, and temples. Every loaf baked, every jar lifted, Every story told contributes to the health of not just one household, but all. Our couple ends their day on their roof, looking out over lamps glowing in other homes. Each light is a reminder. Others nearby are also eating, also laughing, also resolving quarrels and dreaming of children. Their love is theirs, yes, but it is also part of this constellation, steady and bright against the night. Years soften voices and deepen the silences between two hearts. Even in a land where the river's flood sets the calendar, time still whispers most clearly through human faces. You can see it in the lines drawn by sun and wind across the cheeks of an older farmer, in the slower steps of his wife carrying water from the well, in the gentle stoop of shoulders that once bore heavier loads with ease. To grow old together in ancient Egypt was not guaranteed. Life expectancy for most hovered near 30 or 40 years. Yet there were those who lingered longer, and in their presence the village learned what endurance meant. Our familiar couple has now passed through many seasons. Their children, once noisy at their feet, now have little ones of their own. The house that was once crowded with cries and quarrels has quieted, leaving behind an echo that feels both peaceful and strange. In the mornings, they sit together on the threshold, watching others hurry past. Their own days are slower now, shaped less by labor and more by memory. Aging here does not mean withdrawal from life. The husband, though his back stiffens, still joins younger men in the fields when he can, offering more advice than strength. His words, honed by decades of planting and harvest, carry weight beyond muscle. Younger farmers pause to listen when he describes a year when the flood came late, or how best to coax grain from stubborn soil. His labor may be lighter, but his role has grown heavier with respect. The wife, her hair silvered and her skin softened by years of sun, still weaves linen with deft fingers. Younger women sit beside her, learning not only technique, but patience. She tells them how, in her early marriage, she sometimes resented the endless tasks. Yet now, looking back, she sees in each stitch a thread of love that bound her family together. Her voice is calm, and the younger women lean closer, hungry for the quiet wisdom that can only come with years. Evenings for them are marked by small rituals. He brings out a stool to the doorway. She sets down a clay cup of beer, now sipped slowly rather than gulped. They watch the square fill with younger couples, recalling when they themselves stood in that whirl of laughter and song. Sometimes they smile at each other, wordless, sharing a memory without needing to name it. Silence between them is no longer emptiness, it is fullness, thick with decades of shared experience. Illness, of course, is part of aging. There are nights when the husband's joints ache so fiercely he cannot sleep, and she rubs oil into his skin with practiced care. There are mornings when her breath is short, and he insists she rest while he attempts chores once hers. In these moments, tenderness takes the place of youth's vigor. The vows they never spoke in ceremony are lived now in simple acts. Bread broken, water fetched, comfort given without asking. Neighbors see them and understand. Children playing in the street lower their voices when passing by, instinctively respectful of the couple who have seen more years than most. At festivals, they are given honored seats, not for wealth or power, but for endurance. To sit side by side after so many harvests is itself a triumph, a quiet victory against time. Tomb art from Egypt often shows older couples hand in hand, seated at offering tables, gazing outward together. Scholars debate whether such images are idealized, but villagers would have recognized them as truth. Longevity in marriage was rare enough to be sacred. To look upon such a pair was to glimpse eternity. Our couple often walks at dusk, slower than before, their pace adjusted to each other. He steadies her when the ground is uneven. She waits when he pauses to catch his breath. Their steps are small, but the rhythm is steady, a quiet dance of care and patience. Children watch them with curiosity, seeing in their joined hands a mystery not explained by words. At night, when the lamps burn low, they share stories not of grand events, but of small triumphs. The year they rebuilt their roof after a storm, the laughter of a child long grown, the comfort of bread shared during a lean season. Memory becomes their wealth, and they spend it freely, offering warmth to one another as the years draw in. Aging together does not erase sorrow. They have buried friends, perhaps even children, and those absences linger like shadows at the edges of their evenings. Yet grief, too, has softened. It is carried not alone, but between them, like a jar lifted by two hands instead of one. In this way, sorrow is not crushing, but bearable, a weight shared in silence. Sometimes they sit on their roof and look toward the stars, remembering the stories told in youth, of Isis and Osiris, of couples reunited in the field of reeds. They speak less now of dreams and more of readiness, of trust that their bond will continue when the Nile no longer flows for them. To younger ears, such talk might seem somber, but for them, it is comforting. Death, like age, is another passage to walk together. And still, amid the slowness, joy flickers, a grandchild's laughter, a neighbor's song, the simple pleasure of cool water against lips on a hot day. These are the sparks that keep their days alight. They do not seek great adventures. Their treasure is presence. Sitting side by side, breathing the same air, watching the same sky, they know they have what many long for and few attain. A life lived not alone, but in company, all the way to the twilight years. Painted walls whispered of love, meant to outlast the sun. Among the many mysteries of Egypt, perhaps the most moving is the conviction that marriage did not end when the heart stopped beating. For them, love was not a fleeting arrangement, but a thread stitched so deeply into life that it would continue in the next world. To our modern ears, accustomed to vows that end till death do us part, this sounds astonishing, even shocking. Yet for Egyptians, it was the most natural belief of all. Step into a tomb built more than 3,000 years ago. The air is cool, almost damp, as though time itself is held in these stone chambers. On the walls, pigments remain bright against the pale limestone. A husband and wife, seated side by side, hands entwined, gazing calmly outward. Offerings of bread, jars of beer, fruit, and flowers are painted in abundance before them. Children and grandchildren are shown bringing gifts. These images were not just decoration, they were magic. The Egyptians believed what was pictured became reality in the afterlife. To show a couple united at a table was to guarantee their eternal feast together. For ordinary villagers, burial might have been simple. A modest grave in the desert's edge, perhaps a few shabti figurines tucked beside the body, and a linen shroud. Yet, even here, tokens of love appeared. A necklace given during courtship, a scarab amulet carved with affectionate words, or a small clay figurine of Hathor, goddess of love and joy, might be placed carefully by grieving hands. These were not offerings to the dead alone. They were promises of reunion. It is easy to forget how fragile life was. Illness, accidents, and childbirth took lives swiftly. For couples who had shared a handful of years, the thought of separation must have been unbearable. The belief in eternal bonds was both comfort and necessity. Without it, grief might crush a heart. With it, sorrow could be softened by hope. "We will meet again in the field of reeds," a widow might whisper, tracing her husband's name on a shard of pottery before leaving it on his grave. The field of reeds, their vision of paradise, was no abstract heaven. It was Egypt perfected, golden fields of grain that never failed, rivers that never receded too far or flooded too high, homes shaded and cool, families reunited forever. In this place, husbands and wives could stroll hand in hand beneath trees heavy with fruit, their children playing at their feet, their grandparents close by. The very ordinariness of the image makes it moving. What they longed for was not distant splendor, but the familiar comfort of home, made eternal. Priests and embalmers played their part, carefully preparing the bodies for eternity. Linen was wrapped, spells recited, amulets laid in place. Among them, one might find 2 heart scarabs, one for him and one for her, both inscribed with words to protect against judgment in the hall of Osiris. For the couple, these were not grim rituals, but preparations for a shared future. To be buried side by side was the most profound expression of marital devotion. Even pharaohs, whose marriages were often tangled in politics, clung to this ideal. The tomb of Ramesses II shows his beloved Nefertari honored with a temple where her likeness stands equal to his. Their bond was carved into stone, not for a season, but for eternity. For common people, the gestures were humbler, but no less sincere. A man might paint a rough likeness of himself and his wife on a plastered wall, or scratch a prayer into the clay floor of his tomb. May we walk together forever. Imagine an older couple in a village we've come to know. They sit one evening at their doorway, watching their grandchildren chase each other through the dust. They know their days are fewer now. They speak quietly of arrangements. Which son will inherit the house? Which daughter will keep her mother's necklace? Who will carry offerings to their graves? Yet their voices soften as they imagine lying side by side in the cool earth, wrapped in linen, their children placing jars of beer and bread above them. For them, this is not frightening. It is simply the next step in the journey they began together decades earlier. What strikes us today is the gentleness of this vision. Death was feared, yes, but not as an end to love. Couples did not picture themselves alone in some distant realm, but together, their bond stronger than the years of toil, stronger than sickness, stronger even than the grave. That belief infused their marriages with patience. Why quarrel endlessly when you expected to spend forever together? Why neglect tenderness when your partner would walk beside you into eternity? Scholars uncover fragments of letters written by widows to their deceased husbands, tucked into tombs or written on scraps of pottery. "Do not forget me," one pleads. Another, more defiant. "You left me too soon, but I will find you again." These voices, echoing across 3 millennia, remind us that grief and hope have always been entwined. To whisper into the silence of a tomb was to believe the words might be heard and answered. Even now, when we stand among the ruins, the presence of those eternal bonds can be felt. Walk through the Valley of the Kings or the humble cemeteries at Abydos, and you sense not only the weight of stone, but of devotion. Each carved name, each painted figure of a husband and wife hand in hand, is a declaration. Love endures. And perhaps that is why, across cultures and centuries, the Egyptian view still moves us. It is not the gold of the tombs or the grandeur of the temples that lingers, but the image of 2 people, side by side, prepared to face eternity together. Stars over the Nile remind us love outlasts time. Night has always been the true cathedral of Egypt. When the sun drops beyond the desert, the sky deepens into a velvet canvas scattered with thousands upon thousands of stars. No torch, no lamp, no modern city light dares to intrude. The Milky Way arcs like a river of silver mirroring the Nile below, and it feels as though eternity itself leans close. In this quiet hour, when the village softens into murmurs and the children drift into dreams, the story of love and marriage in this ancient land reaches its gentle conclusion. Picture once more the elderly couple we have followed. They are seated on a low wall outside their home, the warm stone beneath them still holding the memory of the day's heat. Their hands, weathered and lined, remain twined together. They do not speak often now. Silence between them has grown rich, layered with all that has already been said. The hush of evening is their shared language, as comforting as any spoken word. The village around them winds down. Bread ovens, once glowing hot, are cooling to soft embers. Dogs curl near doorways, tails flicking against the dust. The scent of roasted onions and coriander drifts on the air, mingling with the sweetness of fig wine. A flute begins to play somewhere down the street, a slow, wandering tune. It is not meant for ceremony or performance. It is simply music for the night, for the ears of neighbors and for the gods who perhaps are listening too. Our couple listens, leaning into each other. They know their days together are numbered, though neither fears it. To them, death is not an ending, but a folding of one chapter into the next. They speak quietly of tombs already prepared, of the field of reeds where they will meet again. Their words are tender, not sorrowful. For in their world, the horizon does not mark the end. It only marks the continuation of a road they have always walked side by side. As they sit, their grandchildren dart past, chasing one another with shrieks of laughter, stirring the dust. One pauses to press a lotus flower into her grandmother's hand. The bloom, delicate and fragrant, has long been a symbol of love and rebirth. The grandmother smiles, tucking it into the folds of her linen robe. She does not need to explain its meaning. The gesture alone is enough. Overhead, constellations take their places. Egyptians once told stories of these stars. Orion as Osiris, eternal guardian of the afterlife. Sirius as the goddess Isis, heralding the flood of the Nile. To gaze upward was to be reminded that love and family, like the stars, endure far beyond mortal lifespans. Our couple knows these stories by heart, and in them they find reassurance. For younger couples in the village, marriage is still new and bright. They walk hand in hand by the river, whispering dreams of children yet unborn, of fields yet planted, of journeys yet to take. They do not think much of death. Eternity feels far away. Yet in the presence of elders who have walked together so long, they sense what is possible, that love can endure, that quarrels can be softened, that even hardship can be weathered when faced together. The Nile flows steadily through it all. At night, its surface reflects the stars, carrying their light downstream toward seas unseen. For Egyptians, the river was not only sustenance, but metaphor. Always moving, always returning, always binding the land together. Marriage, too, was a river. It carried couples through seasons of flood and drought, through joy and grief, through laughter and silence. And just as the Nile poured into eternity, so too did their union. Scholars speak of contracts and property rights, of dowries and divorce settlements, of poetry written on fragile papyrus. Yet behind these records lie human hearts, as restless and hopeful as ours. A husband's hand steadying his wife as she crosses a threshold. A wife's voice soothing her husband's pain in the long night. Children gathered around a meal, learning by the quiet example of their parents. These small acts were the true architecture of marriage, stronger than stone, more enduring than temple walls. The music from the flute fades, replaced by the hush of night insects. Oil lamps gutter, then wink out one by one, until only the stars remain. Our couple rises slowly, leaning on each other as they step inside. Their home is modest. Reed mats, clay jars, a faint scent of bread lingering. Yet within its walls lies a history of decades, quarrels and reconciliations, hunger and feast, birth and burial, laughter and tears. Every corner is warmed by memory. As they lie down, the night air drifts through a narrow window. Their breaths find the same rhythm, rising and falling like the Nile's eternal current. Outside, the village sleeps, the desert stretches endless, and the stars keep watch. And so, as we leave them, we too carry something. Not a relic of gold or stone, but the reminder that love, in Egypt, in our own lives, across all times, is more than passion or duty. It is patience, kindness, resilience. It is the courage to believe that even in the face of death, a bond may endure. The Egyptians believed love could outlast time itself, and perhaps they were right. Across centuries, the quiet hopes of lovers sound much the same. Sit with me now, not in a mud brick village of the Nile, but in the gentle hush of our own century. A lamp hums in the corner, a clock ticks somewhere on the wall, and perhaps a fan stirs the night air. The world outside is filled with highways, glowing screens, and voices carried across continents in an instant. Yet, beneath the hum of modern life, the same question stirs that stirred in the reed-roofed homes of Egypt. How do two people walk through life together? The contrast is almost startling. In ancient Egypt, a wedding was little more than a woman carrying her belongings across a threshold, stepping into her husband's home. No priest, no contract signed in front of the state, no ceremony dressed in lace or veils. Today, marriages may unfold beneath vaulted ceilings of churches, or on sunny beaches with vows written in careful words, or in quiet courthouse rooms where papers are stamped and sealed. We surround the union with ritual and legality. Yet, when the lights dim, when the music fades, what remains is not so different. Two people promising in words or silence to share a life. Think of the age at which they began. In Egypt, girls often married at 13 or 14, boys a little older, for life was short and fragile. To wait too long risked missing the chance to raise children before death arrived. In our time, marriage often waits until the mid-20s or 30s. Longer schooling, longer lifespans, and the freedom to choose careers allow us to postpone. Yet both then and now, the first trembling steps of commitment carry the same mixture of hope and fear. Ancient hearts raced just as modern ones do when gazes first met across a festival or a crowded street. Consider property and rights. In the dusty courtyards of Thebes, a wife could own her dowry, could inherit, could even divorce and keep her share. This was remarkable for that age, when women elsewhere were bound nearly as possessions. Today, legal equality is enshrined in many nations, but its roots are not entirely new. The Egyptians, without knowing it, anticipated some of our values. What we codify in modern law, they lived in quiet practice, that a woman's voice, though still bounded by society, could shape her destiny. And then there are the rhythms of daily life. Imagine dawn in a modern suburb, the buzz of an alarm clock, the clatter of dishes, the rumble of a car engine starting. Compare it with dawn in Memphis 3,000 years ago, the bray of donkeys, the smoke of baking bread, the call of farmers heading to fields. The sounds differ, the tools differ, yet the essence is familiar. Couples rose, prepared food, worried over children, shared glances of fatigue and affection. The texture of love was woven not in grand events, but in chores and in laughter around simple meals. We might also compare the ways of showing affection. Egyptians walked hand in hand in public, exchanged flowers, composed poetry that spoke of lips and longing. Modern lovers text across oceans, send emojis in place of lotus blossoms, and post photographs of anniversaries for all to see. Yet the impulse is the same, to say, I see you, I choose you. You are my companion in this vast world. The symbols have shifted from carved amulets to digital rings of light on a screen, but the yearning behind them has not changed. Children, too, bind the comparison. In ancient Egypt, every couple prayed for many, fearing loss to illness. Today, couples may choose fewer or none, aided by medicine and freedom. But the joy of a first cry, the careful cradling of a newborn, the long nights of watchfulness, these have not altered. A father holding his child in a neon-lit hospital shares a bond with a father painted on a tomb wall, gazing proudly at the boy who will inherit his tools. Across millennia, that look of wonder is identical. Even conflict wears familiar clothes. Ancient wisdom texts warned men not to scold their wives over misplaced items, echoing the quarrels that still surface in kitchens and living rooms. We raise our voices, we sigh, we sometimes turn away in silence. But just as Egyptians sought advice in scrolls of wisdom, we now find shelves lined with self-help books, counselors, and quiet conversations over tea. The need to reconcile, to forgive, remains. Love has always been tested by the grind of daily living. And what of eternity? Egyptians believed marriage continued into the field of reeds, that spouses would feast and walk together forever. Today, we speak less often of eternity and more of legacy. Couples save photographs, write letters, record voices, and hope that love will be remembered by children and grandchildren. In one way or another, both ancient and modern lovers ask the same: let this bond not be forgotten. Across time, the outer garments of marriage have shifted, from linen to silk to denim, from reed mats to suburban mattresses, from painted tomb walls to digital photo albums. But the body beneath, the heart that longs for company, has not altered. That is the echo we hear, soft and steady, from the banks of the Nile to the quiet rooms of our own century. One step across a threshold, ancient or modern, begins the same journey. Imagine, for a moment, a young woman in Thebes, 1400 BCE. She gathers her few belongings, a chest with linens, jars of oil, some treasured jewelry. And with her mother and aunts beside her, she walks through narrow streets toward the home of her new husband. Neighbors call well wishes, children follow the small procession, and flutes play a tune both shy and celebratory. The moment her sandals cross his threshold, the marriage is sealed. No priest, no written contract read aloud, no applause, no elaborate feast beyond what the family can share. That simple step, carrying her possessions into his dwelling, transforms her status forever. Now shift your gaze forward 3.5 millennia. Picture a bride in a flowing gown, lace trailing on polished stone floors, or perhaps barefoot on a sandy beach. Guests rise to their feet. Music swells, violins or guitars, or a recorded song from a phone. Words are spoken, promises of loyalty, of care, of love in sickness and health. Rings slide onto fingers, sealed with a kiss. Cameras flash. capturing the instant for relatives continents away. The threshold here may be symbolic, the aisle a modern invention, yet the essence is the same. Two lives change course with a step. Comparisons reveal both distance and kinship. The Egyptians saw no need for a public vow before gods or officials. Their gods lived in every home, in every field, in every river bend. Today, we seek validation from institutions, religious or civic, to affirm what is already known between two hearts. Yet behind both acts lies the same trembling mixture of fear and joy. The threshold of a mud brick doorway and the polished doors of a courthouse both open to uncertainty, to promise, to hope. In ancient times, music was simple: a reed flute, a hand drum, a chorus of neighbors. In our day, playlists are curated for months, professional musicians hired, sound systems tested. Yet the purpose is identical: to surround the union with rhythm, to let the heartbeats of a community accompany the couple as they step into new life. The scale has changed, the technology transformed, but the yearning for song at life's turning points has not. Think of the witnesses. In Thebes, neighbors leaned from doorways, women balanced baskets on hips, men paused on their way from fields to clap a young groom's back. There was no printed invitation, no list of RSVPs. In modern weddings, guest lists can swell or shrink, carefully managed, names placed at tables with folded cards. But the human need is unchanged. Others must see, must nod approval, must remind the couple in years to come that they were present at the start. The contracts tell another story. Egyptians drafted prenuptial agreements that spelled out property rights, inheritance, and conditions of divorce. They were pragmatic, aware that affection and stability needed the support of written law. We do the same, though in more complex forms: marriage licenses, tax codes, family courts. Some still draft prenuptial agreements today. Practicality and romance have always walked hand in hand, however reluctantly. Children once came quickly. A young Egyptian bride might carry a baby on her hip within a year, hoping against the shadows of disease. Today, many couples wait, choosing when or if to raise children. Yet the first cry of a newborn, whether in a reed hut or a hospital room glowing with sterile light, carries the same weight. Fathers once painted themselves holding infants on tomb walls. Now they snap photographs, faces lit by the same wonder. Love itself has broadened its stage. Egyptians wrote love poems that compared voices to wine, kisses to intoxication. We text, we post, we compose playlists for our partners. Their papyrus scraps and our glowing screens serve the same function: to say plainly, I long for you. You are my joy. The language shifts, the ink changes, but the desire to sing of affection endures. And what of endings? Egyptians prepared tombs with images of husband and wife side by side, certain they would walk together in eternity. We tend more often to say goodbye at gravesides, leaving flowers, photographs, tokens. Some believe in heaven, others in memory alone. Yet both ancient and modern gestures grow from the same soil, an unwillingness to accept that love can simply vanish, whether through carvings on limestone or letters tucked into urns. We insist that bonds stretch beyond the silence of death. Between those thresholds, ancient and modern, lie the same daily labors. Then, as now, couples rose each morning, divided chores, worried over harvests or bills, argued about small things, and reconciled. Marriage is never only ceremony. It is lived in bread baked, roofs repaired, children comforted, hands held in exhaustion. That truth binds Thebes to New York, Luxor to Los Angeles, fields along the Nile to suburbs along highways. Across millennia, We dress marriage in new garments, but its heart remains unchanged. One step across a threshold, whether of mud brick or marble, marks the start of the same journey. And in that simple act, ancient and modern lovers meet each other, recognizing in silence that they share the same hope, not to walk alone,